Good Saturday morning. It is straight up 6 o'clock. I'm meteorologist Tim Miller, and we start now our entire weekend of keeping you updated with the very latest on our winter storm that's headed our way. Every 30 minutes, we'll be on with updates and even extended coverage as necessary as the storm gets revved up. This morning, we are under an ice storm warning for all of the counties shaded in purple. It has been forever and a day since we've seen that. Of course, if we never see it again, that's not a moment too soon. For us, what does that mean? That means that ice storm conditions are likely here now within less than 24 hours. This means where we can receive basically a quarter of an inch or higher of ice forming for us to issue an ice storm warning. Of course, the National Weather Service does that, and we pass it along here. And I agree. I certainly think there's going to be some issues, but there's a lot of tweaking that we're doing with this forecast, and I'll share that in just a minute. You'll notice the counties in blue are far southern Midlands now. This is a winter weather advisory. Remember, I said yesterday they probably would do that, and then they have. The winter weather advisory, all of this, by the way, commences basically this evening all the way through Monday. So winter weather advisory certainly means we're going to get a little bit of sleet, perhaps a little bit of freezing rain as well. But of course, further north you go, obviously, the more issues that we'll certainly have. Right now, here's the deal. Look at the current temperatures this morning. We're in the 40s. You're not going to get any ice, any snow whatsoever, sleet, nothing in the 40s. I promise you that. Northeast winds around 5 miles per hour. Now, that's the issue. Remember, that's the wedge that sets up. That's high pressure to the north that gives that northeast wind that hits the mountains and spills that colder air. So that wind direction is certainly an indication to me that things are starting to get into place for sure. Temperatures probably won't budge more than they are at this point as we go throughout the day here. We may hit a 45, 46, but I doubt it as temperatures will start to fall. Cloud cover galore, no doubt about it. Here is the winter storm. It is now currently the center of it's over Houston, Texas. It's the warm center. So that's basically rain over Houston, but just north of that near Dallas, you have freezing rain. Dallas is changing to snow. This goes now into Oklahoma City. Now into Arkansas, just south of Little Rock, they've got sort of a rain-snow mix. Memphis has snow. Notice as you get into Alabama and now just the western part of Georgia, we're starting to get a little bit of rain, freezing rain mix here, and it's all rapidly moving in this direction. The key to everything today is going to be temperature. Temperature is going to dictate who gets what. Who's going to get freezing rain, how much freezing rain, who's going to get just all rain, and who's going to get sleet. It's quite a story here. Let's start at noon, as we always have all this week starting at noon. And one of the things we like to see is consistency in these weather models, right? And we've had a lot of consistency, so at least that's been a good thing. The only thing that's changed is the timing of this, right? So it's been the timing. It's been later and later when it starts, and that's been the case actually with the latest model run. It's going to start a little bit later on tonight. Now, the good news is the later this starts, the less chances we have of ice accumulation, right? Because if this thing is moving and it's going to be exiting about the same time as we've been seeing, basically around 5, 6 o'clock Monday morning, that gives us less of a time to build up some ice. So anyway, we'll start at noon. It's cloudy. It's cold. It's got that sort of raw feeling. Here's 4 o'clock this afternoon. Still nothing going on at 4 o'clock. Once we get to 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah, that's when we start to see it. So basically I would say anytime from about 6 o'clock on, all bets are off. Here's 10 o'clock. This is our freezing rain, and this is rain. I think this is a little underdone. I think freezing rain will continue south of that line. This gives us a little bit more rain, but nonetheless, again, everything revolves around temperature. So why do we have this differential? Because This is where we think the temperature will be, to where this could be rain, this will be freezing rain, and it could just be just a few miles to make all the difference. So as we go through the morning, wee hours of Sunday morning, 24 hours from now, thereabouts, we're still dealing with freezing rain. Notice the rain moves off towards the east. This is why we have our winter weather advisory, so the impacts really aren't as bad further towards the south, but we're still dealing with freezing rain. There's 7, 8 o'clock now on to Sunday. The freezing rain moves towards the north. Then we're in this little shallow area of rain. This somewhat dries out to the south here. So that's 10 o'clock Sunday morning. Let's go through the rest of the day here. Notice by about noon, this turns to all rain. So we're going to warm up. Remember, when I say warm up, it isn't like all of a sudden we have this surge of warmth. It's warm for January, warm enough to where this would be turning to rain. So this is rain now into Sunday afternoon. You'll notice these darker colors here. I think that could be some heavier rain, but I also think this is opportunities of sleet that come and go. And sleet's okay. We can handle sleet. Sleet's those little ice, little pellets that bounce, right? So that's not a problem. Sleet's not a problem. You can walk on sleet. You can scoop up sleet if necessary. You can't certainly walk on ice. Believe me, my backside knows that many a time. And of course, ice is very dangerous to drive on, but sleet we can handle. So here's 10 o'clock Sunday night. This is rain, maybe sleet. Notice as we go through the wee hours of the morning, Monday, here's 3 o'clock, 4, 5, 6. It's out of here. So by 5, 6 o'clock, it exits. We'll start to clear the skies out, then the cold air comes on in. So let's give you some ice totals that we're looking at here. This, I may tweak this morning. Let's let these models flesh out. Some new data will come in here in a little bit. But everything that I saw earlier this morning, earlier than 6, was showing certainly a little less totals, but I'm not 100% certain I want to tweak this quite yet, because some of these models, as I was telling you before, they don't really understand the wedge. The wedge is a complicated thing to understand, and these models sometimes don't have a handle on that. We do. We live here. We see it all the time, and how it can alter a forecast. I think the wedge holds on a little longer than these models are giving it credit for. So I'm going to give them the wedge a little bit more credit. Therefore, I think these, I'll show you some other totals in just a minute. I think these are fairly realistic now. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. Even if you're dealing with 100ths of an inch of ice, it's still a problem. And then you're talking about 1/4 of an inch or more, that's an issue. There's 1/2 inch from Newberry and then into Fairfield County north, maybe even further than an inch. So here's what we're looking at as far as the totals and everything. I have fooled with that graphic about 5,000 times, and it's still doing it, so I'll fix it. 6 p.m. tonight to 6 a.m. Monday. The time of the freezing rain really is starting really tonight all the way through tomorrow before everything is said and done. 7-day forecast, I'll give you this. We'll be back, of course, every 30 minutes here with another update. Here's our alert days, Saturday, Sunday, Monday as well. So we'll continue to update this and give you the very latest as we move forward. We'll be back in 30 minutes. We'll dive more into the details, whether the latest information that we'll pass along to you, and we will hear all weekend long for the very latest with your forecast. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Tim Miller. Let me get you your forecast. An ice warning in effect. Also a winter weather advisory for parts of the Midlands. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Monday. Periods of rain, freezing rain, and the possibility of accumulating freezing rain. Something we'll keep you updated on air and online about. There's our forecast for the rest of the weekend into next week. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Tim Miller. On our Saturday, we are watching sorry. Ready? Good morning. I'm meteorologist Tim Miller. On our Saturday, we have an ice storm warning and a winter weather advisory. We are going to be having ourselves a party, a fun time. Just stay with us. Ready? Now let's. Yeah. All right, here we go. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Tim Miller. On our Saturday, we have an ice storm warning and a winter weather advisory. Ice totals of perhaps 1/4 of an inch, also some sleet. This will make traveling very hazardous. This will be a changing forecast. We'll keep you updated, of course, all weekend long. There's our alert days all the way through the weekend. Stay with us for the very latest. Well, good morning. It is 6:30. I'm meteorologist Tim Miller, and here we are together. Welcome to WLTX 19 Plus. And here's we are this morning. I know that many of you probably are like, still haven't gone to bed yet, right? Because you're up, nervous, worried, and anxiety about the storm. Well, my job is to help you relax, maybe go to get some sleep here, or if you're just waking up, let's get you your latest forecast. Let's take a look around the state here this morning. Look at that sunrise over Edisto. Now, if that doesn't brighten your day, I don't know what will. That's a great indication that things are looking good. Newberry's quiet. Greenville is missing somewhere in the clouds and maybe a little bit of the fog. Sumter, Rock Hill, all of us, plenty of clouds around. Let's get right to it this morning. We'll start with our winter storm warning. That's in effect. This is for all the counties shaded in purple here. It's basically our entire viewing area except for the south. Winter storm warning means that this is an ice storm warning. I say winter storm warning, ice storm warning. That's what it is. Ice storm, which is worse as far as I'm concerned, because we're talking about ice, accumulating ice. So we have a ice storm warning. South in the blue is a winter weather advisory. So an ice storm warning means that ice forming at least 1/4 of an inch is imminent within the next 24 hours. And in our case, it's less than that. Down towards the south, this is where we have our winter weather advisory for the Midlands County, Colleton County, Orangeburg County, and all counties then more towards the east and then towards the south. What does that mean? That means that you're going to get a little bit of ice and maybe a little bit of sleet, but don't think, I'm out of the woods. Listen, if you're dealing with 1/100 of an inch of ice, that's still going to be some issues with traveling. So let's look at current temperatures this morning, and 44 in Columbia, Orangeburg at 45, Newberry at 39. Temperatures like that, you can forget ice, you can forget sleet, you can forget snow, but that's what I'm talking about, that northeast wind. Remember that said that would set up, and that's exactly what's happened. So we have the wedge that sets up, that northeast wind, and that's going to bring the cold air and add insult to injury here as we go throughout the day. It is cloudy at the moment, and I think it's going to be cloudy pretty much all day. So if you were looking to get things prepared for you, maybe yesterday you got home or whatever the case may be, just tired, get it, and you want to do things today, do it this morning through early afternoon. I think we'll be fine. There's no issues there. Let's go out west. This is the storm center that's brewing. Remember yesterday when I showed you this? There was nothing on the map. I said, give it 12 hours, 12 to 16 hours, and whoosh. So here's our whoosh with the storm, the low pressure over Houston, and the associated weather with it. This is a mess. Texas is getting a little bit of everything from rain, sleet, snow. Houston's fine. They're in the warm section. North of that, near Dallas, it's freezing rain and snow. North to Oklahoma City, also near Tulsa. You cross the river here, across the state line, rather, into Arkansas, Fort Smith, Little Rock, certainly has some issues to deal with snow. Then you cross the river over into Memphis. That's all snow at this point. Nashville's all snow. South of Louisville, Paducah, Kentucky. South of that, you're dealing with rain and freezing rain. Check this out. It's now entering the Atlanta area. All right, so just to the western suburbs of Atlanta, starting to get some rain, some sleet. If you have travel issues today going through Atlanta, if you're flying, expect delays, if not cancellations, over the next 24 hours because of the mess that's headed their way. I want to give you this update here. This is the GFS total forecast for ice. It has this at 0 ice. So I show this to you because this is brand new information coming out. And notice the line here. Basically, it says, give up the ghost south of that. If this pans out, then this whole ice storm warning is meaningless. But I tell you, don't pay attention to the models because you're going to see a lot of that on social media. You're going to see a lot of that. Here's why we don't want to do that. And I'm going to explain that in just a minute. So to give you an idea of some of the hazards here with the possibility of ice. There it is, dangerous to roads, of course. So our winter precipitation that we're looking at getting as well, that all is going to be certainly a big issue. I want to show you this particular map. This is a pretty interesting story here, and I know it's going to go from one map to another here in short order. This shows a very interesting picture. I know it doesn't show much here. I don't know why it's not populating the numbers here, but it should. We'll fix that as well. Some of these graphics are hard, so never mind the numbers. The numbers should populate here any second as it gives it time to go through here. But you'll notice this very thin line right now. Now the numbers are gone. I'm telling you, it must be goblins in the system. We're talking a very short distance here. Why is that? So why is it so crazy? Well, it's red here, you got pink here, and you've got yellow, blue. We're a very small state. Why do we have all these colors? Because it all depends upon temperature. Remember, when you're talking Charleston is at sea level, and by the time you get to the upstate, you get to, what's the tallest mountain? Sassafras Mountain, 3,500 feet. There's a huge difference in temperature at 3,500 feet compared to sea level. I mean, I promise you. And everything in between is different, right? So this is what we're dealing with. So the slightest bit of temperatures can indicate what type of weather we're going to receive. So if it's 32 degrees here at the surface and it's raining, we're going to have freezing rain. If it's colder than that, we can have snow. We're not going to be colder than that. And if it's somewhere, twixt in between here, as far as the atmosphere is concerned, we have a layer of warmer air aloft, maybe say like at 10,000 feet, and it's colder below, we can have sleet. So this gives us a great idea of how important temperature is going to be as far as who's going to receive what. So even though the model basically said no ice, don't buy into that. There's going to be ice accumulations. The models are having a hard time now trying to grasp all the information that's coming out and with temperatures. And remember, I talked about the wedge. The wedge is given that northeast wind. So that northeast wind is going to help certainly cool down the atmosphere enough to where we'll have some freezing rain. So this is our current thinking here. Ice total is anywhere maybe up to 1/4 of an inch. The northern Midlands, far northern Midlands, closer maybe really towards the upstate and towards Charlotte, could receive maybe 1/2 inch. That would be max at this point. I don't think any more than that. Hazardous travel, yes. Could there be some power outages? Yes. Will there be tremendous widespread power outages? Don't think so, but certainly enough for us to be a nuisance, and certainly some trees down. I think we'll see a lot of trees down as well. I mean, trees and limbs, because that ice just weighs a lot. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast. Here's our impact alert days for Saturday, Sunday, into Monday for our freezing rain and our rain chances. Notice Tuesday, 15 degrees. And also want you to notice this, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're in the 40s, lows in the 20s, and then comes our next shot of colder air on Friday. So Friday, low of 18, high only of 39. Some of the models will only want to give us 35. But I'm going to do 39. And I know there's a lot of talk, again, on social media about what's happening next weekend. We're not going to talk anything about that until we're through with this, right? So at least some of the numbers coming back here this morning show perhaps a little less ice opportunities than we had before. That's good news, right? So we'll continue to flesh this out here as more data comes in. There's another update coming up at 8 this morning. So I'm going to try to sneak in there and find out if I can, get some more information before then. We are back at 7 o'clock with another update. Stay with us. And now I have my, hello there, welcome to Saturday morning. 7 o'clock, I've had my third cup of coffee, so now I think all's right with the world. Welcome to what is going to be a very interesting weekend coming up. First off, I know that probably some of you didn't get any sleep last night because you're worried about the winter storm, your anxiety's up on that. You need to stay with us all weekend long because we are the anxiety people that are going to bring down the anxiety here for a little bit. Yeah, we have a winter storm we're going to deal with. It's not something like we haven't done it before. It's just been a while, but it's something we can get through, especially if we pay heed to all the information that's coming out. And with anytime you're dealing with a winter storm, especially for us, if we were, no offense to those from Indiana and Illinois, Midwest, great states, but if you were there, it'd be pretty simple forecast. But you're going to get some snow, and that's the way it is. We don't have that luxury here in South Carolina. First off, we have the Atlantic, and we have the Gulf of Mexico that we're close to. That's two big moisture areas. Plus, we have a state that's pretty unique in many ways. Weather-wise, we are at sea level at Charleston, and you go all the way up to Sassafras Mountain at 3,500 feet in our tiny little state. That's a lot of different territory and topography for which there to be many microclimates that work at once here. And then we deal with something called the wedge, which they don't have to deal with in places like the Midwest. So all of that adds for a complicated forecast. If anybody ever says, well, it's hard to predict, well, that's not true. It's not that it's hard to predict. It's just that it's sometimes difficult. And this is one of these things that we're dealing with. It's difficult to forecast when we're talking about winter weather. Here's what we know this morning. First off, every county you see in purple is under an ice storm warning. We don't get those often. We don't get any winter advisories or watches often, but an ice storm warning is one we don't receive barely at all. But we have it today, and that is where we plan on receiving about 1/4 of an inch of ice, maybe a little higher. We're going to talk about some of those totals in just a minute. You're talking hundredths of an inch of ice can cause problems, and 1/4 of an inch doesn't sound like a lot. If you're measuring something, 1/4 of an inch, a 1/4 of a cup, teaspoon, doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is. Further towards the south, this is our winter weather advisory. For the Midlands, this would include Orangeburg, Colleton County, and Bamberg and Barnwell. I know we have a lot of viewers down there as well, so y'all are in that winter weather advisory as well. And all this, by the way, starts basically now all the way through Sunday evening into Monday morning. Current temperatures this morning, as we're waking up here at 7:02, it is 44 in Orangeburg and Columbia, 41 in Camden. I will tell you right now, you can forget any winter weather at 40 degrees. That's not going to happen. And Newberry has partly cloudy skies. How about that? But here's the key, that northeast wind. Look at that, northeast at 14. That's our arch nemesis here because that northeast wind is the wedge, and that wedge is going to bring in colder air. So what you see is what you get. That's where we're at now. 44, that's about all she wrote for the high today, as temperatures will start to go down as we go throughout the day today. Current satellite shows these cloudy skies in and out. Let's go to where the storm is. If you remember yesterday when we were together at the same time, there was nothing going on. I said, give this thing about 12, 16 hours, and whoosh. So guess what? We have a whoosh going on here. There is Houston. Houston has the rain. So you can really tell. This is why I said temperatures are everything. Even a few degrees can mean the difference between whether you're going to get freezing rain, whether you're going to get sleet, or whether you're going to get snow. I know that sounds crazy. Tim, you're just talking 1 or 2 degrees? Yeah. And it's not just here at the surface. It's aloft. So when we look at the weather, as meteorologists, we're not looking at, what we can see. It's also what we can't see because the real weather doesn't happen at the surface. So this is sort of like, if I give an analogy here, the higher you go in the atmosphere, that's where all the ingredients are made. So that's making the cake. That's, taking the flour and whatever, however you make a cake. I just normally go to Publix. But when everything's said and done, we're the set and done. We're the table. So Mother Nature makes the ingredients above and then presents it to us below. So this is what we do as meteorologists. I've never done that analogy before. That's actually pretty good. I gotta write that one down. So here's the deal. So this is what's being cooked up here, right? And what's being done at the surface served is everything from freezing rain, snow, and it's a mess from Dallas, Oklahoma City, down to Little Rock, which is right about in here. Can't really see that. I should put the Little Rock on there. Little Rock has snow, sleet, freezing rain. It's a mess. Memphis has all snow. Nashville all snow. North of Birmingham, it's a snow-rain mix, and now into Atlanta, we're starting to get some rain mixed with a little bit of freezing rain as that activity is moving our way. So let me get I'm trying to put these maps in order here, and I've been just absolutely horrible at doing that. So let me get to this. I'm going to show you where we're at here with the latest with the models. And this is the model we've been showing here consistently. Before I get to the ice totals, because it won't make any sense if I don't show this first. This starts at noon today, and this is one we've been showing to you. Notice noon, it is cloudy out, and it remains that way around 4 o'clock. And we continue through time here. There's 7, 8 o'clock. By 7, 8 o'clock, we're starting to deal now with sleet, freezing rain, and just plain old rain. I think that this probably is a little overdone with the warmer temperatures, so I think the freezing rain line will actually be further towards the south, maybe even south of Lexington. There we go into about the wee hours of Sunday morning. So we're several hours now of receiving light freezing rain, light freezing drizzle on here with this. This is Sunday about 4 o'clock in the morning. Notice the winds still from the northeast. That's the wedge that sets up. We have a little pocket of drier air that moves in on Sunday morning, you'll notice. And you'll also notice that the freezing rain line continues to creep up more towards the north. So this has us as fairly dry, maybe a slot of freezing rain mixed with rain through the central Midlands. Then we get ourselves an opportunity of some heavier rain as the low basically makes its way towards us Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock. So here we are into rain. You'll notice these darker colors here. I also think that's sleet mixed in, especially this yellow blob that goes on through here. That's not a thunderstorm. Normally when we see stuff like this, darker areas look like heavy rain or thunderstorms. This is not a thunderstorm event at all, but certainly some heavy rain and maybe some sleet mixed in. This is 10 o'clock Sunday night. This moves off towards the east, 3 a.m., 4, 5, and by 6 o'clock Monday morning, it is done with, and we can put a fork in it. And we are done with this situation. So it won't last long, but it will have an impact on us. So I want to show you the latest information that we have from basically 3 different weather models. And I show this to you just so you can see what we like to look for, and that is consistency. All right, so this takes us through Sunday morning through Sunday night. Notice this is a big change from earlier, right? This gives us, barely any ice here. Again, it doesn't matter. Any ice is a problem. There's no doubt about it. So that's one particular model. So let's remember that, right? Let's go to another one. This is the Euro, and we'll put this into motion here now. And as we do so, goes through the evening time, doesn't show much, right? Let's go through the overnight into Sunday morning, overnight. And again, it pretty much matches here, fairly consistent to the previous model I showed you, which was our in-house model. We have our own in-house weather model here. It does give more than a ½ inch of ice up near the upstate. All right, let's do one more here. And this is the GFS. So this is the model that I just showed you with, the clouds and the rain and the like. So we'll put this into motion here. Notice it's goose egg for a good part of the day on Sunday and into overnight. It doesn't give us much at all here. So if that's the case, it certainly has more up in the upstate through afternoon on Sunday. It gives us certainly some ice, but not nearly as much as anticipated. So all 3 models are coming into agreement here with that. The caveat is with this, the one thing that they don't take into effect, but I am 100% they're not taking into effect because I know these models, I know them well, and I'm not blaming them, but it's the wedge, right? And there's that pesky word. That's why we don't like the wedge. That's that northeast wind. I think that they erode the wedge too soon. And I've seen this time and time again where these models get rid of the wedge and they take into account a little bit, but they don't really give it enough credit. And they bring warmer air in consistently, regardless of time of year. And the wedge basically says, that ain't happening. I'm sticking around. So I think that's going to be the case here with this as well. The wedge sticks around. So here's our thinking for ice totals. All right. So we've changed it a little bit, not by much, but every tweak when it comes to ice is important. Notice not much down to Orangeburg, but still 1/10 of an inch. That's going to cause problems. All right, that's going to cause even some trees to be down. Now we're talking almost 1/4 of an inch through the central Midlands. I think that certainly is possible. That would be max at this point. everything we're looking at now, that still could cause power outages, trees down as well, making driving extremely hazardous. And then up towards Newberry, Fairfield County, northern Midlands, that's where we could see perhaps over a quarter of an inch. That would be power outages galore. Now, one thing I do want to say for our friends that live in Newberry, Fairfield County, I just live over the border in Saluda County, Saluda and Lexington County, and my area is pretty rural out in Batesburg, Leesville. Come visit sometime. We'd love to have you. But I'm on a well, and a lot of folks here in Newberry, Fairfield County, and our rural areas are on wells, right? So if the water goes out, and you're in Columbia, the power goes out rather, and you're in Columbia, you can still get water. Water is still available. Not if you have a well. Electricity goes out, your well goes out. So my suggestion, if you're on a well, take some jugs, whatever you can, fill them with water. Get the bathtub ready. Use soft scrub, whatever you need to do to get the bathtub cleaned out. Fill that thing up with water. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'd rather you have water. That way you can, go use a pan and use it to cook with, bathe with, clean with, go potty with. I mean, you're going to need something, for the commodes. So, right, the flush. So if you're on a well, and it's obviously run by electricity, make sure that you have plenty of water. Electricity goes out, the water goes out. Those are our forecast estimates for ice over the next 24 hours. So here it is. My feeling is everything starts about 6 o'clock tonight through 6 a.m. Monday. 6 a.m. Monday meaning it's out the door. Periods of rain, freezing rain and sleet. There are ice totals now. All right, notice northern Midlands a little more. Hazardous travel, you bet. If you don't have to be traveling after 6 o'clock, don't. It's one of these nights you just stay in and, play board games and just relax. Power outages, yes, I do think there will be some. Will there be tremendous power outages? Not 100% certain that's going to happen, but we're going to have to wait and see how this pans out here. Will there be trees down? Yes, there'll be trees down. Ice weighs a lot, and trees certainly will be perished because of the ice accumulation. So our impact alert days, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Obviously today, tomorrow, and Monday. Notice Tuesday we're at 15 degrees. And I think some areas could see a 10 or a 9 in some of the colder areas. That's 15 degrees Columbia, colder outside the city. Notice next week here, this is wintertime for sure. Overnight lows in the teens. Another shot of colder air comes in on Friday, high only of 39, back down to low of 18. So this will be a winter week. Those that want winter, this is your time here. All right, we are back actually every half hour here for another update. We will catch you in just a little bit, so stay with us. Good morning. A little musical interlude there for your dining and dancing pleasure this morning. It is 7:30. I'm meteorologist Tim Miller, and here we are together, and we're going to be together all weekend long to keep you and your family safe and updated with the very latest on the forecast. We have all meteorologists, all hands on deck here. With Chevy's here, Brianna's here. We'll introduce Lana Foss to you as well coming up. In the meantime, let's introduce this. This is an ice storm warning in effect. All the counties that you see in purple are ice storm warning. Very seldom do we have these ice storm warnings, but we certainly have one at the very moment. What does that mean exactly? That means that that ice forming that could cause certainly power outages, travel issues, and trees down is likely within the next 24 hours. In this particular case, it's less than that as we're watching this storm develop. Further towards the south, we have ourselves a winter weather advisory. And that's in effect as well. All of this, this really takes us down further towards the south, except right along the coast. You'll notice that Georgetown is sort of split in half here. Just to give you an example. Why is that? The closer you are to the coast, the warmer the temperature will be. Now, not warmer as, 60s, 70s, but warm enough to where there's no need for any winter weather advisory where it's all rain. So hugging the coast, that's where, if you really want to escape any of this, that's where the best place would be. For any lack of winter weather. Current temperature 44 degrees. That's about as high as we're going to go today. I think that's about it. 44 Orangeburg, 43 Sumter. And again, with these temperatures, no ice, no sleet, certainly no snow. If anything falls is rain, but we don't even have enough moisture for rain as of yet. But that's already set up. The wedge, that northeast wind here, about 9 miles per hour. Look at Camden at 10. It feels colder than 44, and as we go through the day, the wind will actually pick up. Temperatures will start to drop as the precipitation basically overrides the colder air, and then temperatures will start to fall. So actually, that's about as warm as we're going to be today, as temperatures will fall actually throughout the day. Cloudy skies at the moment, looking outside with our satellite view. Let's go to where the action is. Yesterday at this time, there was nothing here. I said, just wait, give it about 12, 16 hours, and look what we got here. We have a mess. The low is actually over Houston at this point. Notice that's where the rain is. Everything is about temperature. When you're talking precipitation in the atmosphere or what we're going to receive, and that's why these winter storms for us is so difficult. If we were in Missouri, look at Missouri. Do you see that's snow? But Missouri doesn't have the Gulf of Mexico near it, doesn't have the Atlantic, doesn't have mountains near it to speak of. I have never yet seen a 3,000-foot mountain in Missouri. We have that here. right? So everything, we're close to the Atlantic, we're close to the Gulf, we have sea level at Charleston, and you go to our highest top in South Carolina is 3,500 feet. So we have a lot of different things that could create different temperatures. And temperatures, everything, even a few degrees can mean the difference between rain, sleet, or snow. And when you're dealing with a winter storm and you've got all of those variables, then we deal with the wedge. And the wedge is high pressure to the north that brings in that northeast wind that hits the mountains, and that colder air spills down in a line from about Atlanta, Augusta, Columbia down to Raleigh, or up to Raleigh in this particular case. And boy, that just adds for a complicated forecast. Can it be one that's hard to predict? No, it's not hard to predict. It's just complicated. There is a difference, or some people say, well, that's impossible forecast. It's not impossible, it's just challenging. So our challenge today is to figure out what the temperature is going to be and when the precipitation starts to fall. So here is the best estimate of what we have going on for today. This starts at noontime, and one of the things I like to look for is consistency. I want these models to be consistent. Tell me the same story, right? Just don't tell me a fish story, meaning you tell me one thing one time and another thing another time. That's why we wait for things to sort of flesh out. This has been very consistent all week, and it continues to be so, except it tweaks it, once it gets into the meat and potatoes here based on temperatures in the upper atmosphere, different layers that we talk about. So anyway, this starts at noontime today. We are cloudy, pretty much as we are now. Temperatures will start to fall. We have our northeast wind. Important to watch the movement of these arrows. The arrows, that's the indication of movement of wind, and we have a northeast wind, so that means the wedge is in place. By about 8 o'clock, we start to get some showers start to roll on in here. I'd get on the other side, but I don't want to block the time there. I want you to see that. As we go through time here, notice by about 10 o'clock, now we're starting to deal with freezing rain, right? You'll notice this turns into rain here. This is where I disagree, because I think the wedge is in place, and I do think we could have a little bit of freezing rain mixed in here, even south of what that line has. Basically from about Lexington north, right? Sumter, Lexington, Saluda north could be freezing rain, even though it has it as rain, okay? So now we're into 1 o'clock Sunday morning. Look at the freezing rain here, right? So this is freezing rain, freezing drizzle. It's not going to be something nonstop, but it'll come and go, but enough for us to cause us some issues. There's 4 o'clock. Here's 5, 6, 7 o'clock on Sunday morning. Notice we got this pocket of drier air in. Winds are still from the northeast. This is our freezing rain, freezing drizzle. So we've had that for several hours now. So I do think at this point it starts to accumulate. There's 10 o'clock. A little warmer air moves in. This turns to rain. You'll notice that the freezing rain line keeps creeping up towards the north as it sort of erodes here as we get some warmer temperatures in. Warmer temperatures being relevant, of course. I'm talking warmer temperatures so we're not having freezing rain where it's just rain. Now we have the opportunity at 3 o'clock. This turns to rain, and I would also see a little bit of sleet. Did you notice the change here? This has the arrows, boom, coming out of the south now. So we're done with the wedge, right? Technically, I think that these models get rid of the wedge too soon, but let's roll with it here. Here's Sunday night at 7 o'clock. Winds switch to the south, so it's basically rain, but cold enough to where we can get some sleet. You see that little yellow blob here? This is Sunday night, Winsboro, Newberry, Saluda, far western parts of the Midlands. Sleet's okay. Sleet, the little ice, they bounce. We can deal with sleet. You can walk on sleet. You can scoop up sleet. You can't walk on ice, and you certainly can't walk or drive on ice. You can drive on sleet. So sleet I'm not worried about sleet. That's not at all what I'm worried about, even though I think we're certainly going to have some. Here's 11 o'clock Sunday night. We're starting to wind things down here. The rain moves off towards the east. There's 3 o'clock in the morning, and there we are, 5, 6 o'clock, and we can put a fork in it. It is done. It's moved off towards the east. How much ice? Well, this is what I want to go over here. We have a couple different weather models, and these weather models are giving us, they're being consistent with lowering the ice totals, right? This particular weather model shows us, obviously a lot more in the upstate. As we go through Sunday, there's 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. It's not adding much, but don't forget, even 1/100 of an inch of ice can certainly be an issue for us. Here's another particular weather model. This is the Euro. This is the one that I've been showing you with the maps all these days, because I think it's been the most accurate for us because it's been the most consistent, really. That's the consistency is what I look at. Again, it somewhat matches the previous model I showed you, which is our in-house weather model. Remember, these models are tools, because I don't think these weather models are fully taking the wedge into effect here. Oftentimes they take the wedge into account, but then discard it after a while. They say, okay, we're done with you, wedge. And the wedge goes, not so fast, weather model. I have different plans for you. So, but you notice that pretty much, we're getting pretty much the same totals here. Here's the GFS, or pretty much close to it. And that's what we'd like to see is consistency here with this. And I'd also like to see this, this thing go a little faster than it's doing. We'll have to speed it up here. But nonetheless, you get the whole point is that we're not dealing with much. So here is the totals that we're thinking where we're going to be at. Know that we're probably will tweak these, right, as we go along, as this system gets developed, where the air is, because everything revolves around what the temperature is. So my thinking is through the central Midlands, perhaps just shy of 1/4 of an inch of ice. That's still a big problem. That's still certainly icy and dangerous roads, certainly some power outages, and of course the opportunity of trees being down as well. Notice a little more as you get up to Fairfield, Newberry County, and then counties towards the north. That could certainly cause some problems. For my friends that live in the rural areas, I have a lot of farmers that I know, and y'all know this. I live out in the sticks. I have a well. So if the power goes out, I'm lucky enough, as a weather guy, right, as a meteorologist, I have a generator. A lot of folks don't have that luxury, especially in some of these rural areas, right? The power goes out, it's a problem. If the power goes out, your well's down. So make sure that you get everything you can to get water, whether it be gallon jugs, whatever it is. Forget vanity, forget what the house looks like. Whatever you need to do to fill water. If you've got a bathtub, fill that thing up with water. You can use it to cook with, flush the commode with, shower, brush your teeth, whatever the case may be, so you have some water. Because if the well goes down, power goes out, well goes down, you're toast, right? So you don't want to worry about that. Just have water scattered all over the place. And then if the power doesn't go out, you can get rid of it. So that's no problem there. Just a little helpful advice from a fellow well owner. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Monday, that's the timeline for this. Periods of rain, yes. Freezing rain, yes. And sleet, yes. Sleet, I don't think is going to be a big deal, but if it happens, it happens. Don't worry about sleet. That's not going to be a big issue. The ice is the biggest issue. Maybe up to 1/4 of an inch or less through the central Midlands, perhaps a little bit more northern Midlands. For us, that means hazardous travel, of course. Power outages certainly possible, and trees down as well. All right, so just remember that. Here's the 7-day forecast. Here's our impact alert days, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for our weather event. Tuesday, 15 degrees. Some indications, and I would agree with that, we could see a 10, a 9 maybe in some places. That's not wind chill, that's temperature. So if that happens, guess what we have to deal with? Broken pipes, right? Pipes that burst at that temperature. That because we'll be well below freezing for a long period of stretching time here. So that's going to be an issue. High only of 40, and that's late afternoon at best. Wednesday's a little better, still below freezing. And then another shot of cold air comes in on Friday. A lot of people have been asking me about next weekend's weather, and Tim, I'm seeing this. I'm seeing. Let's not worry about that. We'll worry about that Tuesday. In the meantime, let us get through this weekend. All right, let's get through today, tomorrow, and Monday. Then we'll worry about next weekend. All right, in the meantime, in fact, we're not even going to worry about it. I don't want you to worry about anything because we're here for you. All right, we're going to be with you all weekend long, keeping you updated 24/7 on the latest in the forecast. We are back in 30 minutes with more.
Good Saturday morning, and thank you so much for joining us for WLTX Plus. I'm Whitney Sullivan. Now, we have brought in the whole crew this morning as we continue to track the winter storm that is headed our way. So we want to kick off this hour with meteorologist Tim Miller. I'm calling him the busiest man in show business right now because I don't think that you have taken a break since we've learned about this winter storm. Tim is like ding, ding, ding everywhere.
Yeah, ricocheting off the walls. I actually saw myself walking down the stairs a few minutes ago. The nice thing is about this, when any type of situation going on, when Whitney is here, everything is like this. She brings a ray of sunshine and calmness to everyone, and she does that to you, I know, as well. Well, it's the truth. Let's get right to what we're looking at here. Here's our ice storm warning for all the counties shaded in purple. An ice storm warning means that ice conditions are imminent within 24 hours. For us, it's less than that. Hours away from all that. Further towards the south, we have a winter weather advisory. So that's where it is towards the south, our southern viewing area. Look at the views here across the area. It's cloudy. It looks very ominous in some areas, but I don't want you to worry about that. Temperatures really aren't bad. 42 Columbia, 42 Lexington. We're in the 40s. There's no winter weather. There's no ice. There's no sleet. There's nothing to worry about when it comes to that. Cloud cover, yes, we have plenty of clouds, but I want to show you the leading edge of that storm system is already now in Atlanta. This is the Atlanta metro area. We have rain a little bit north of I-75 near Roswell, Pine Log near Gainesville. All of this activity, look at Chattanooga, is already dealing with rain and sleet and a little bit of snow as well. That is what's creeping our way. Creeping our way is quite the word because it's going to be a while for it to get here for sure. There's no doubt about that. Let me give you sort of the timeline here. Let me get on this side and show you sort of like a tic-tac-toe here. I think we're fine this morning through at least early afternoon. By early afternoon, we're dealing with some rain here. And then we're into freezing rain. There's our graph. There's Columbia, Lexington, Newberry, Sumter. And it really won't be until tonight through tomorrow morning where you see all that pink. That's where we're talking about freezing rain, the possibility of sleet. Back to rain as we get into the time frame of Monday morning, midnight to about 6 a.m. This forecast, of course, will be tweaking, and we're going to go into really deep details, Whitney, coming up on this. We'll show you hour by hour what we're expecting and how to prepare for this, and also the latest with some of these ice totals as well. So we'll break that all down just a little bit.
Yes, and so we're bringing Tim back to the desk right now because we know so many folks have a lot of questions regarding this storm. Understandably so, because this can be a very serious storm. And as we've been talking about since yesterday, the more prepared you are, the more knowledge you have, the more educated you are about the storm, the better you and your family can navigate it. So I want to take a couple of minutes to ask a couple of questions. I've been asking Tim so many questions over the past 48 hours.
Come on. No, I'm serious. I love it.
So many questions. All right, so let's start with this. We just talked about the timeline, right? One of the questions that I've had a lot of people ask me, or I've heard a lot of people talking about, is once it starts freezing rain, will it automatically stick to the ground and we're talking about black ice, or will it take some time for that freezing rain to create that layer of ice?
That's a great question. It'll take some time because the roadways have, first off, they've been treated, right? And we've had some pretty decent warm temperatures, right? So it's going to take a while for that ice on the roadways to accumulate. It will not on trees, power lines, and that type of thing. There's a good look of, as an example, the SCDOT has been brining the roads for days here. So it will take some time. It'll take several hours before it to really start to affect the roads.
Yeah, and so that, for me, is a great reminder of if you're not prepared for the storm, you still have some time to go to the stores, get some of those last-minute supplies. I'll tell you, a lot of folks yesterday were looking for generators, and one of the biggest things that I saw on social media, a lot of people were saying a lot of stores are out of generators, a lot of stores are out of some of those necessities, like power banks and things like that. So my friends, if you can, make sure you get all of that as soon as you can, so that way you can stay off the roads.
Yeah, and also, if you're going to buy a generator, just don't go out and buy some, $1,500, $2,000 generator that you're only going to use once in a while. I don't want you to go break the bank here for this. If you're able to get a little generator that could power cell phones, laptops, computers, that type of thing, those are the things that we want to be able to do, or maybe a heating pad or something like that. But just don't go crazy on that because a lot of us can't afford that, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. We don't want to go broke for this storm. And then one more time, just to wrap this up, when should people think about start getting off the roads?
Well, certainly, I would say certainly by this evening, by 8 o'clock or so, even if the road's okay, let's stay home at this point. From 8 o'clock on, there's our timeline here. I started at 6. That's when things will start to be happening. But really, it's going to be a couple hours, like we said. So really, 8 o'clock on for the rest of the overnight into Sunday morning.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tim.
My pleasure.
So, we like to look at the glass half full. I know the situation might be difficult to do that. So here's the bright side of all of this. You have plenty of time during the day-to-day to make sure that you and your family are prepared for this storm. You have plenty of warning. Again, this isn't expected to really hit us until earlier this evening. So again, go ahead and get prepared. Now, y'all know I can sit here and ask Tim questions all day long, but we know that you're probably going to come up with better questions that I could ever ask. And so we want you to text any questions that you have for Tim to that number right there on your screen. It's 803-776-9508. Because we are on your side, we want to connect you directly to the expert in this situation, and that is meteorologist Tim Miller. And we know that by answering those questions, it helps provide a sense of peace, so that way you're not wondering or getting anxious or nervous about the winter storm. So again, my friends, no question is silly. No question is stupid, because questions about safety, there could never be a silly or stupid question when it comes to that. So 803-776-9508, and we'll be going over those questions with Tim in just a little bit. But let's continue our conversation about the severe winter weather that, y'all, it's not just impacting us. I know that we're really focused on the Midlands and South Carolina, but this is something that's also impacting millions of Americans. And it's likely to blanket cities with snow and ice across the country this weekend. As CBS's Christian Benavidez reports, about half the country's population from the south to the northeast is bracing for impact.
The first snow has already started to fall in Texas and Oklahoma, part of a winter blast that has roughly 180 million people under a winter storm warning from the Rockies to the Northeast. In Boston, grocery stores were slammed and supplies were running low at this hardware store.
Yeah, we've been selling a ton of ice melt and shovels. We're running low on stock, but I think we should have enough for the storm.
At least 17 states and Washington, D.C. have declared states of emergency. In New York City, up to 18 inches of snow is forecast, 700 salt spreaders, and more than 2,000 sanitation workers will be deployed.
While we cannot control how much snow will actually fall this weekend, We can control how we prepare for and respond to this storm.
Down south, 18,000 utility workers were pre-positioned in the Carolinas, while at Tennessee State Operations Center, officials will monitor road conditions in real time. The Salvation Army in Arlington, Texas, is preparing overnight beds and meals for people seeking refuge from the storm. And in Austin, sanitation trucks have been treating the roads.
We are preparing for the worst because we never completely know what the weather is going to do in Texas.
Residents here worry about a repeat of a deadly ice storm in 2021 that overwhelmed the state's power grid system, leaving millions of people in the dark and cold.
The ERCOT grid has never been stronger, never been more prepared, and is fully capable of handling this winter storm.
The National Weather Service is calling this system a historic storm, packing a mix of ice and snow with extremely cold air on the back end. Cristian Benavides, CBS News.
And more than 3,000 flights were canceled on Saturday nationwide. The system is likely to bring delays and cancellations for the next few days. And coming up in just a little bit, we'll be taking a closer look at how this winter storm is impacting the skies.
Well, as this winter storm moves closer, road conditions across the Midlands, they could change fast. And even a little ice, it can cause big problems here in South Carolina. State troopers are urging drivers to slow down, stay home if possible, and be prepared if they have to head out. Joining me now is Master Trooper William Bennett with the South Carolina Highway Patrol with what drivers need to know before the first freezing rain starts to fall. Well, thank you so much for joining me right now.
Well, thank y'all for having me.
So we want to talk about, first off, safety as it comes to these ice road-like conditions. First of mind, if the conditions aren't safe for you guys, you can't get out there on the roads to rescue anyone, correct?
That's right. Yeah, you know, we're all kind of watching the weather. We're not exactly sure what's going to happen. But I think the best advice we can give is to hope for the best, prepare for the worst, you know. So try to get what you need done before Saturday, you know, before tomorrow. You know, tomorrow night, you know, make sure you got some food at the house, some water, you know, if you need some gas to keep heat, you know, propane, kerosene, whatever it might be. That way, come Saturday evening, you know, you can be home. We don't really need people out on the road if it's not absolutely necessary, especially if we get a lot of ice on the roadways. We know that's going to be a problem. So just prepare, you know, have a plan, you know, make sure you're ready to be home Saturday evening through Sunday, maybe into Monday morning, so you don't have to leave the house and get out on the road and, you know, maybe put yourself at risk or other people at risk unnecessarily.
Absolutely. And Trooper, when do we typically in the Midlands, do we see the ice start to get on the road before or when that icy rain comes? Is it overnight? Is it the next morning? Or
yeah, you know, usually it's when those temps get below freezing, and usually that's going to be overnight, you know. Our really biggest area of concerns are going to be our bridges, our overpasses, you know, our secondary roads, our rural roads, less traveled roads. But really, black ice can appear anywhere, you know. Our partners at DOT, they're out there now treating these roads, trying to get them, you know, in the best shape possible for whatever this storm may bring. But just keep in mind, it could be anywhere, you know. So if you do need to get out for whatever reason, just use a little more caution than you normally would, you know. Slow down a good bit. You know, you may need to even be going below what the posted speed limit is based on the conditions that are present. Of course, keeping both hands on the steering wheel is very important. You know, limiting our distractions, you know, put that cell phone down. Of course, wear our seat belts to help protect us if we do unfortunately get in a collision. And just be mindful that black ice can be anywhere. You need to be careful.
Absolutely. And anytime we get severe weather, whether it's, you know, storms, ice, snow, us here on TV, we urge everyone, stay home. You guys, we echo what you guys say, you know, to stay home. But what are some mistakes that you see drivers do every single time when we get conditions like we're expected to get on Saturday?
Yeah, well, a lot of times it gets back going too fast, you know, not slowing down enough. Like I said, just because the posted speed limit says 55, you know, that might not be as safe for you to travel on that road. So if you are out, if you get stranded, always dial star HP. We'll try to send somebody out to you, maybe help change a flat tire if you got one, or if you need a warm seat to sit in, or someone can come help you, or if we need to take you to a spot that's warm, so someone can come pick you up, whatever the case may be. You know, we're here to try to make sure that everybody's being as safe as possible out there.
But thank you so much for joining us here, Master Trooper. We really appreciate it. And for folks out there, if you're watching, definitely want to be prepared. You know, go out and get everything that you need. If you need to have a safety kit inside of your car, you definitely want to have that. So, of course, we're going to place this story on our website, WLTX.com, so you can get all the information that you need.
Yeah, that is good knowledge right there. And needless to say, if we get icy roads, road conditions will be dangerous. In fact, experts say making sure your car is winter ready could make all the difference. News 19 Shannon Taylor has more.
As winter weather moves closer to the Midlands, one local mechanic says whether or not you should be driving comes down to key things, mainly your tires and your brakes. According to mechanics, tires are one of the most important safety features during icy conditions. If your tires already have low tread, stopping can take much longer, even before ice is factored in.
This is called a sidewall right here, and then you have your tread that's in here, and then you have the valley of the tread. This is where we use what's called a tread depth gauge. Right here, go in the valley of the tread, and then it's going to push up against it, and this is going to tell me what your tread depth is. And then we read the 30 seconds part, and what here it says you have 30 seconds of tread depth.
Mechanic Zaid McColgan tells News 19 when checking your tires, a number above 7 is a good place to be. They also advise you not be on the roads as conditions can be extremely risky. And if you do decide to get behind the wheel in this kind of weather, although not encouraged, driving techniques like reducing your speed and maintaining a safe distance, at least 8 to 10 seconds from the car in front of you, could be a game changer. Also, having a first aid in your kit is also a recommendation. If you run into a big issue on the road, like concerns of potential skidding, the biggest advice is to ease off the pedals. That means taking your foot off the accelerator and onto the brake, and steer into the skid. And most importantly, remain calm. One resident we spoke to says he's taking all these tips into practice.
Always get your car checked. You know what I'm saying? So me, I try to get mine checked every 6 months and stuff. Tires, tune up and all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know. So by me having to check, I hope this bad boy good to go. It should be. Keep gas in that car. You know what I'm saying? Me, coming half a tank, that's my empty tank.
Shannon Taylor, News 19, WLTX.
And some more good advice there. Filled up yesterday. Now, other tips to remember is to keep your car covered if you're parking outside. You want to invest in an ice scraper and keep windshield wipers up to avoid freezing. Well, with the winter storm moving this way, the Comet bus system is running as normal, but y'all, that could change. Comet leaders say they've been monitoring the forecast all this week and are putting safety first for both riders and bus operators.
We just want to be very cognizant and aware of the impact that it's going to have on the community and our passengers as well. Once we make a determination, it will be posted out to the public, and we'll have press releases as well to make sure that the public is well informed prior to us discontinuing service.
And service is expected to run normally through the weekend for now, but delays or changes could happen as winter conditions worsen. And of course, stay with News 19 for those updates. Well, from the roads to the skies, let's take a live look right now at Hartsfield-Jackson, the Atlanta International Airport, the busiest airport in the entire world and a major travel hub for the Southeast. Now, because of that, Delta is now allowing travelers flying through affected cities like Charlotte, Charleston, Columbia, and more to make changes to their flights without any change fees. That policy applies to flights scheduled between January 23rd and January 25th, and passengers can rebook for travel through January 28th. And closer here at home, crews at the Columbia Metropolitan Airport are already preparing with specialized snow and ice equipment on standby. That includes plows and treatment trucks ready to go if conditions worsen. News 19's Ariana Clay spoke with passengers who are already making plans ahead of the storm.
With the threat of winter weather moving into the Midlands, crews at Columbia Metropolitan Airport are already preparing to keep runways safe and flights moving. The airport announced that crews have already been doing what they call dry runs, practice drills where teams test that equipment, rehearse their response, and make sure everything is ready before winter weather moves in. That includes bringing heavy equipment out onto the runway like plows and treatment trucks, reviewing routes, and making sure all crews are ready if conditions worsen. And some passengers are already getting ahead of the game.
Well, actually, I flew out early because of my concern of the weather, just in case.
Others are trusting the process and a little faith as they travel during the storm.
We're trusting in the man upstairs that things will be fine.
And some travelers didn't want to take any chances at all.
I was in a panic. I said, we've got to call the airport, see if we can get out before the storm. My sister, my hero, she called, made different arrangements, so we're flying out today at 2:30.
And a few tips if you are flying out: monitor flight status and delays through your airline's app, check in early with your airline, pack warm clothes just in case, and don't forget those travel documents like your passport, real ID, or birth certificate. In Columbia, Ariana Clay, News 19 WLTX.
Hey, 20 on your Saturday morning, and with winter weather on the way, you may be looking for some extra ways to keep you and your family warm. And while a space heater can keep you toasty, they do come with a few risks. Lisa Washington is connecting the dots.
Using a space heater to stay warm may not be the best option. Let's connect the dots. Data from the National Fire Protection Association shows space heaters account for nearly half of home heating fires and 70% of deaths. If you're using a space heater, make sure it's set up properly. Keep it at least 3 feet away from anything flammable like curtains, bedding, and upholstered furniture. Turn it off when you go to bed or leave the room, and always make sure that space heaters are plugged directly into the wall, never with a power strip. A surge protector may not be equipped to handle the power needed for space heaters and can cause a fire if it becomes overwhelmed. Also, only use space heaters with a tag from an approved testing lab. These cautionary steps could end up saving your life. And that's connecting the dots.
Safety experts urging families to take extra precautions, especially when it comes to heating their homes. Fire officials say space heaters, fireplaces, and generators can quickly turn dangerous if they are not used properly. So joining us now is Columbia Fire Chief Aubrey Jenkins, breaking down what you can do to keep your family safe and warm. Chief Jenkins, it is always a pleasure.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Chief. All right, so let's start with this. When it comes to home heating safety, what are some of your top tips for folks?
Well, I guess some of the top tips would be if you're using kind of space heater to make sure that it's not too close to anything that can burn. Keep it at least 3 feet away from anything that can burn.
Absolutely. And we actually heard a little bit earlier in our show about those space heaters. They're really a high reason for a lot of home fires during the winter. So definitely want to take that into consideration. Now, one thing, this is an old trick that folks did a lot back in the day. They opened up that oven to heat the home, but that's not a good idea. Tell us why.
Wrong answer.
Wrong answer.
Because you got heat coming out of that oven, and sometimes people may get too close to it. They may get burned. But anyway, that's just not a good answer, especially if you're using any type of gas stove. Of course, you got gases coming out of there. You can breathe that stuff there. And but you definitely don't want to use a stove to heat your home with.
Absolutely not. No, sir. All right, so this is another one that I want to talk about. So if power does go out, which is really likely right now for a lot of folks in the Midlands, how do you stay warm? What are some safe ways to keep warm?
Well, the only thing I can say, the power go out, if you got a fireplace, use your fireplace. However, if you don't have a fireplace, then the only thing I say, just get you some warm blankets or try to go someplace where you can stay warm if you can travel, because you know we may have ice on the ground, so you may not be able to travel. So just do the best you can to stay warm without using any, well, obviously you can't use a space heater. Now, I know some people may have kerosene heaters. I wouldn't advocate using kerosene heaters because, you know, that the kerosene heaters, you have to have good ventilation to use those kerosene heaters. And you're dealing with both the heat, the gases, and so you just want, and you can suffocate from them things.
Wow, okay.
So you don't want to. Just try to get some nice warm blankets and bundle up.
Bundle up, bundle up, bundle up. So go ahead and prepare now to make sure that you and your family are safe. Get those blankets, those gloves, those mittens, those hats, all of the things. And then finally, I know we're going to sound like a broken record when we say this. If you have a generator,
do not use it on the inside of your home.
That part. Talk to us about it.
Well, you got gases coming off those generators. Again, it's going to give off that CO2, and CO2 will kill you.
Yes. Okay, my friends. Also, too, make sure that those carbon monoxide detectors are working. We're actually going to be having an interview with Poison Control to speak about the importance of that. But you heard it from the chief, the man, the myth, the legend himself, talking about ways that you can stay safe and warm at the same time. Thank you so much, Chief.
You're quite welcome.
Chief Jenkins, a good friend of mine, a good friend of all of us. What a wonderful man he is, and great advice as well. There is our ice storm warning that's in effect, and that is going to be in effect for quite a while as we get into all of this. So we will continue to keep you updated with the very latest, and let's talk about it this morning. Good morning. Great to have you with us. So this is our ice storm warning for all the counties shaded in purple. That means an ice storm is imminent within 24 hours. Well, we can forget that. It's imminent within the next about less than 12, I'd say. Here we have a winter weather advisory for our counties shaded in sort of the purple or maybe blue on your screen. That's the southern part of the Midlands. That means a little bit of ice, but not as much towards the north. I don't want you to think, though, you're talking hundreds inch of ice is still a lot of ice and still can cause some problems. Right now, though, we have cloudy skies. Temperatures about as warm as we're going to get. We were at 44 last hour. We're starting to go down. 42 Columbia, 44 in Orangeburg. And temperatures will start to go down mainly because also the northeast wind, right? 10 miles per hour, 12 miles per hour. That's the wedge that is setting up. And that is setting up for us to continue to cool down. And then once the moisture comes on over it, temperatures will start to fall. Cloudy skies across the entire viewing area now. Let's go where the storm is brewing. 12 hours ago, there was nothing going on. 24 hours ago, really. And I said, wait until tomorrow. And look at this. So this is the storm that's brewing right now. Actually, starting to get some sleet and snow and some rain in the mountains of Atlanta, just north of the suburbs there. Let's get right to it. We're going to start at noontime today. We are cloudy. Whitney was talking about earlier that we're pretty much fine throughout the rest of the afternoon. Right about that, through about early evening. This is 4 or 5 o'clock. Now we're into 8. Notice we start to get some showers, and then after that, here comes the freezing rain. There's our timeline at the top of your right hand of your screen. Look at the freezing rain that continues. This will add on top of each other as it continues on and off throughout the overnight. There's 1 o'clock Sunday morning. There's 4 o'clock. We're still dealing with this. Notice, though, as we get into the morning hours of Sunday, we have this dry slot here. We still have this northeast wind, though, so that's still the wedge. So I'm not 100% certain that's going to be the end of any type of freezing rain or sleet. Once we get past 10 o'clock, notice the arrows will start to switch here. This is noon on Sunday. The winds start to switch from the south, and this becomes rain. cold rain and maybe a little bit of sleet here. That could certainly be some sleet that's thrown in for good measure. Now we're into Sunday night at 9 o'clock. We're done with the freezing rain, I promise you that. 11 o'clock Sunday night into the wee hours of Monday morning. 4, 5, 6 o'clock, this will be done. So really it's a tonight through mid-morning Sunday event for the ice. How much ice? This is the tricky thing because it's all with temperature, right? And it's here at the surface. So this is what we're talking about. So my feeling is through the Central Midlands, less than 1/4 of an inch, still a big issue. Newberry, Fairfield County, maybe a little more than 1/4 of an inch. All right, that would be totals at this point. That will still cause power outages, certainly trees to be down and roads to be hazardous as well. So all of that means we're going to have some big issues as we go through time here. So here's how it plays out for today. Really starting about 6 p.m. tonight till about 6 a.m. Monday. 6 a.m. Monday meaning totally done with everything. Periods of rain, freezing rain and sleet, and we'll have some accumulation of sleet. Not much, but more. My concern is the ice. Sleet bounces. I'm not really worried about sleet. Northern Midlands, maybe a little more than 1/4 of an inch. That would be max at this point. We'll tweak this as we go along as the storm gets going here. Hazardous travel, yes, absolutely. Try to avoid the roads at all possible. There will be some power outages and trees will be down as well. All right, so here's a look at our 7-day forecast. Our alert days Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, we're 15 degrees starting out the morning. Then notice it's pretty much chilly the rest of the week here. And then overnight lows back to the teens. And then Friday with a high temperature only of 39 degrees. So that is extremely chilly. That's the very latest. Of course, we will keep you updated with everything all weekend long. We'll be on top of everything.
All right, thank you so much, Tim. Well, many people in the Midlands are getting prepped for the storm, filling up their gas tanks and stocking up on food for the next few days. Our Josie Frost spoke with some who were met with empty shelves and gas stations that are running out of fuel.
I'm scared of the power and road conditions.
This is the third gas station that James Fagan has been to. He says the gas he needs to fill his generator has been out of stock everywhere else.
What we do is usually we try to fuel up for the generators and things we need, get our bread and our food supplies together, and basically stay at home and stay off the roads and everything.
Tiffany Sumter says she remembers a winter storm in 2003 that knocked out the grid and says she wants to be more prepared this time.
That storm caught everybody off guard, and we was out of power for like 2 weeks. It was real bad. A lot of trees was down, like power was out for a while. No food was in the stores. We was on survival mode, basically.
And at grocery stores, too, people are getting their last-minute shopping done. Sabrina Stevenson says all she's seen are empty shelves.
The most of the thing they're seeing is soap, toothpaste, but water, bread, like vitamins and stuff like that you can get. There's like, it's none of that in there.
Some say they're hoping to find the stores that still have things left on shelves, especially some food that they can have if the power is out longer than just a few days.
Make sure that we do have food just in case like the lights go out, that we can eat, that we don't have to warm up or cook, and lights. I have a heater that don't have to plug up, so a lot of stuff that you don't have to use electricity for.
Store shelves, most of them are empty with the name brand breads and things like that, but you know, you have to get what you can get on the shelves right now.
Josie Frost, News 19, WLTX.
And we heard from one grocery store chain, and they told us they will not be getting any more deliveries until Tuesday at the earliest. All right. Taking a live look right outside our station. I'll call this the calm before the storm. Things look good, but we know that's going to change in a couple of hours. On the other side of this quick break, we're going to be taking a closer look at your forecast and answering the questions that many of you have sent in for Tim. All right, my friends, 8:33, and as promised, a lot of you have sent in questions because you want to talk to the experts. And so we have meteorologist Tim Miller and Lana Foss with us to answer those questions. Again, all of this because we're on your side and we want to help you prepare for the storm. All right, let's pop up our first question. This is one of my favorite segments that we do. Yes. All right, my friends. Okay, so we're going to take a closer look here.
Hold on, here, I'll get a little closer.
We can't see it. I got news for you. So.
Okay.
Oh, what is the expected timeline for, what'd you say, Adam?
Okay.
Okay. What can we expect on Monday?
So
in the
after
timeline?
everything happens.
After everything's
How much can we expect?
What can we expect on Monday?
Basically, how long are we going to be locked up in our house?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, I'll tell you what, it's really starting tonight, really all the way through Sunday morning, mid-morning, I'd say about noon or so. That's when the worst of it will be, right?
Yes.
When we get into Monday, a lot of this is going to refreeze Monday morning, right? So we need to be very careful for that off to work and school Monday. So I think that's our biggest concern with this. But I think once we get through, I would certainly say 2, 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, then things will start to improve as far as the ice is concerned.
When will it, so like for me in particular, I'm thinking, okay, when will this really start to melt and we can go back to normal? Do we think Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or are things still up in the air because it's going to be so cold next week?
It really will be.
Yeah, the start of the week will be very cold for us, which means everything will start to refreeze. Once we start seeing the rain stop as well as the freezing rain, we can still expect to see the accumulation refreeze if it's still there. But it looks like by the middle of the week, we may have a small break in it, which means we could see some of that decrease just a little.
Also known as, if you are one of God's favorites, please talk to him so that way we can
Yeah, right, exactly.
Bring the warmth back
so we can
just
bring
a
the
little.
warmth
Bring the
back.
warmth
Bring the
back,
warmth
for
back.
sure.
All right, my friends, let's check out another question that we have received this morning. Okay. Got it. Okay, so the question is, if you can't find salt or kitty litter, what other things could you use on your steps?
Well, you know, a lot of people use sand, but sand really doesn't do you much to get it because sand can be slippery. I don't know how many times we've slipped at the beach, right? So, I mean, if you can't find kitty litter or you can't find sand, I would go and use, try to do plain table salt. I know it's sort of like sand, but at least it will help, right? It'll help maybe melt something a little bit. So I would try that. Don't throw hot water on things. That's just going to make things 10 times worse.
So much worse.
I mean, you know,
If you don't
just
have
ask
anything-
Xavier.
Yeah.
Put on it.
Right.
What I've done is I've taken towels and tarps and put them like on my driveway as well as on sidewalks. And that has helped a little bit. If you don't have any access to anything that you can put on it.
Yeah.
I've noticed that helps a little.
Especially, yeah, right, exactly. As long as it's not still freezing rain, because then the tarps or the towels will get wet as well. But if it's
that can
dry
make it even
outside,
worse.
yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. So again, make sure that if you do that, it is dry outside, because if you do that once it's raining, you have just created an even slipperier condition.
Yeah, great question, though.
Yes, such a good question. All right, another question we have this morning. What time is it supposed to start snowing? They live in Hopkins, South Carolina, and they get off at 2:30 in the afternoon. I've been listening into Tim so closely that I feel like I could answer this. I'm not going to, because I'm not the expert, but break down that timeline for us.
So when it's going to start snowing? It's not.
I know.
Right? I mean,
know.
that's the problem. I wish it was, because we could deal with snow. We can deal with ice. Now, listen, I'm not going to rule out a flake, right? We're not going to rule out a flake here and there. But any type of big snow, I'm not going to receive any of that. Am I on this one? Where am I here? So yeah, don't worry about flakes. Worry about ice. Ice is the biggest problem we need to really worry about at this point.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate, because a lot of people are hoping that if we're going to be stuck inside and we had to prep for all of this, that we're going to get to play outside.
Right, exactly. Wouldn't that
I'd rather
nice?
be building a snowman, but not here.
Yeah, the Iceman cometh, not the snowman. That's where we're at with that.
Yeah, Jack Frost. All right, my friends. Another question, another really good question. My mom is an elderly senior citizen with a lot of health issues, and we do not have a generator. I booked us a hotel room next to an urgent care in case power goes out. That's great thinking. We're in North Augusta. Do you think that's a smart idea?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, you know, especially if your mom, someone messaged me the other day, said, you know, my grandma's on oxygen. What do I do with that? That's a great question. Very smart to do it next to an urgent care. I think the North Augusta area is going to get a little bit of ice. You know, we talked about that, Lana, right? But not nearly as much as north. If you get into Columbia County and Augusta, then you get into Wilkes and Lincoln County, they can get a lot more ice on that part of north of Augusta. But that's a great idea. But I think you should be okay. But better safe than sorry, especially if you have someone elderly or is on medical conditions as well.
Absolutely.
Proud of you for that.
Yes, that's
was a
such a
great
good idea.
idea.
That was a great idea. Also, too, something that is very helpful if you do lose power. So a lot of times we know about those like portable power banks that you can use to attach your cell phone to charge up, but they also have like bigger portable power banks that actually have outlets in them. So you can plug a space here in it. You can plug some of them, you can plug your TV into, you can plug your laptop into. Like I'm talking about the 3-prong, stick it in there. And so that also might be a good idea for a backup. All right, another question this morning. They've been so good. Okay, this viewer saying, I was wondering about what time it will start in Sumter, South Carolina. What's going to be the impact in Sumter as far as ice or sleet or power outages?
Great question about Sumter. Sumter, you're a little bit further towards the north, south, so you're not going to get into it as quickly. So my feeling is I'm talking probably at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's
time
mainly going to
frame,
be
about 10?
nighttime that we start seeing most of the ice come through. Those northern counties, though, could see it just a little before, but otherwise this is going to mainly be an overnight event for us.
Right, so Sumter is probably late evening and then to the overnight hours as well. And again, I'm thinking maybe at max, at least at this point, less than 1/4 of an inch. But don't forget, even 1/100th of an inch of ice can cause so many problems. That's why we can't stand ice.
Yeah,
Right,
the little, and that's one of the big things that I want to clear up, because I've heard some people say it's not going to be that bad. We're just going to get a little bit of ice. But when you think about the fact that if you're driving, no matter if the ice is this thick or this thick, your car is still on top of it. So regardless, it is going to make driving and walking and all of those things hazardous.
Let me tell you, you're in the kitchen, you ever spill like a little water on the floor and you step on that and you're like, you're flying?
Yes.
I mean,
Like a banana peel on it.
right,
Yeah.
pretty much. Or I'm not the only one that's done that?
Oh, I embarrass myself by myself
I've done
all
it
the time.
plenty.
All the
Okay,
time.
well, imagine that
At least
being,
no one's looking.
yeah, really. Imagine that being ice, right? And it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So that makes just a bad situation worse.
And you can't see it. A lot of
No,
the
you
times
really
you can't
can't.
see it there, especially at nighttime.
Yeah.
So that's when it becomes a real big problem for us.
Absolutely. All right, you guys, those were incredible questions.
So
Thank
proud
you
of
so
you.
much.
Yay.
Yeah, we appreciate it, because here's the thing, your questions could be something else that another viewer is thinking about.
yeah.
And so you're helping other folks as well when you send in those questions. And it doesn't end here, y'all. We're going to continue to answer your questions. You will be able to directly ask Lana and Tim any weather-related questions you have. It's so easy. All you got to do is text the number on your screen, 803-776-9508. You can ask about roads, travel, weather. I mean, anything. We're going to be answering all weather-related questions again, because we want you to be prepared, and we know this is a great way to prepare for that. And if you could, we'd love if you would leave your name and where you're watching from. That also helps to put a little context too. All right, my friends, let's go ahead and continue our winter weather coverage in Fairfield County. So as this winter storm is making its way to the Midlands, Fairfield leaders say they're already taking steps to prepare. In fact, county officials say preparation is already underway as a winter storm heads toward the Midlands. County officials say they've already held several planning meetings going over their needs, their plan, and how they'll move forward as conditions change. Crews have begun salting critical locations across the county, including EMS stations and areas that emergency responders may need to access quickly.
Well, if we have downed trees or limbs and stuff in the roadway, our fire department, as the weather will let them, will be out trying to take care of some of those. Also, our public works will be out assisting DOT getting those trees off the road so we can have emergency vehicles and people to be able to pass by. We are setting up the phone lines for the EOC to where somebody has a down power line, instead of them calling 911, they'll be able to call the EOC and we'll get the proper people out there to take care of that.
Fairfield County leaders also saying they're planning to open a warming center if needed. We have all those details on all the warming centers that can be found here in the Midlands. That's on our website. That's WLTX.com. We want to turn our attention this half hour to Newberry County as the winter storm moves towards South Carolina. Newberry is expected to be one of the hardest hit areas.
Yeah, we know the Sheriff's Department is already preparing for dangerous road conditions, possible power outages, and emergency calls that could increase as the storm moves in.
That's right. Now joining us now, Newberry County Sheriff Lee Foster, to explain how they're getting ready and what residents should do before the conditions worsen. Good morning, Sheriff Foster.
Good morning to y'all.
Yes, sir. Now, my first question, how is the department preparing for the winter weather headed our way?
Well, we've been meeting and going over all our emergency operations plans, making schedules, getting everybody ready. You just said Newberry is expected to be the hardest hit. It seems that's the way all the time. I'd ask Tim Miller, why is it that way? But we're getting ready.
Sir, I literally thought about that. You guys do seem to always be the hardest hit when it comes to severe weather.
Talking about that severe weather, when people think minor issues, what's one minor issue that people think that's not a big issue but later turns into an issue when we see that severe weather coming into our area?
Well, you're going to find this maybe odd, but this is a rural area. And if you lose power in rural areas, most people have well pumps. So the well pump doesn't work because of electricity and it don't have water. And if you don't have water stockpile, you can't flush your toilets. So stockpile your water, fill your bathtub with water, so at least you can flush your toilet and have some sanitary conditions. But we don't have a wide provided water. Most water is provided through their own personal well.
That's such good information, Sheriff Foster. Stockpile that water. Now, let's also talk about road conditions. As you mentioned, Newberry County is more rural. So what are you the most concerned about when it comes to road conditions, and what should drivers do?
Well, drivers should actually just stay home. Make yourself prepared in the next couple of days, several hours to sustain yourself, even if you don't have power. And rather than having to get out, because just 1/10 of an inch of ice, that's not much, but 1/10 of an inch of ice on the road becomes extremely hazardous. The other thing that happens is, even though the DOT I think is doing great getting out ahead of the storm, you have this black ice where you have the puddles that freeze over and you can't see it until you hit it. So driving is going to be extremely hazardous. So try to avoid getting out at all possibilities.
Absolutely. And Sheriff Foster, when we think about your deputies that are out on these dangerous highways and byways during these severe weather conditions, we don't necessarily think about the impacts on them or the risk that they face. What are some of the risks that your deputies face when they're out on these roads?
Well, they have to drive on it as well to get to the calls for the service. And we're going to come. We just may not be able to get there as quick as we would like or as you would like, but we're going to come. We have a pretty good fleet of four-wheel drive vehicles because we are a rural area. However, on ice, four-wheel drive, a little bit better, but it's not great. Instead of two wheels spinning, you got four wheels spinning. But our worry really is if we're on the side of the road trying to help somebody, the car spins out of control. And you've seen the memes and the TikTok videos of cars going out of control on ice and can't stop and sliding hundreds of yards. So that's our biggest concern for our people.
Absolutely, Sheriff. And when you talk about those cars spinning out of control, if someone does get into a situation like that, what should they do? Should they stay in the car? Should they hop out? What should they do?
Well, it would be preferable to get out of the car and get to a place of safety, but you're safer in the car than you are outside of it, especially in icy conditions. So if you can't get to a place of safety, just stay with the car.
Sir. Sheriff Foster, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us this morning, to give us an insight on how you guys are preparing and what we as community members can do to stay safe. We appreciate you, and I will directly take your concern about severe weather hitting Newberry County hard all the time to Tim, and as soon as we get that answer, I'll let you know.
Well, maybe Tim could enlighten us and help us understand. We may not be paying the preacher enough. I don't know, but we need some help up here. Helene was bad, and I think they're going to call this storm Fern. So help us with Fern, too.
Yes, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
And some more, and I'll come. $8:50. Welcome back this morning. All right, let's get right to your forecast. We're going to start talking about our ice warning. This is still in effect, and it will be all the way and through until this menagerie of weather is done with here. And that's pretty much the entire Midlands. Southern Midlands is under a winter weather advisory. All the counties that you see shaded in blue or purple on your screen. Winter weather advisory means winter-type weather is likely. And we're talking about the possibility of a little bit of ice, a little bit of sleet as well. I say little bit, that sort of downplays the feeling here. I don't want to do that at all. I want you to take this very seriously. As Sheriff Foster was talking about, a 1/10 of an inch of an ice totals can certainly cause problems, and that's the case. Don't have to worry about any ice at the moment. We're at 42 degrees Columbia, 44 in Orangeburg. Temperatures now starting to fall into the 30s, Newberry and Camden. Why is that? That northeast wind. There's the wedge that sets up. Look at that northeast wind at 14 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour in Newberry. We were at 44 earlier today. That's about all she wrote. I don't see us going to go up any further. In fact, with that northeast wind coming in, temperatures will start to fall. Hence, when the rain starts to come in, that will even make the temperatures fall further. It is cloudy, but it is dry at the moment. Any rain is far off to our west, and there it is. The storm system that wasn't even non-existent yesterday. Look at it this morning. Rain, sleet, snow from Dallas, Oklahoma City, Little Rock, Memphis, Nashville, south of Louisville. And now it's started to move into the northern suburbs of Atlanta, trying to creep its way towards us. And it will do so, and it will creep by the time it gets here. So we have much of the day really to start to be prepared for this before everything starts to move on out. So let's get to the forecast. I'm going to pick it up at noontime today. Notice we have plenty of clouds. There's the hour by hour. I want you to follow along here as we go through time. This is the model I've been showing all week. It's the one that's been very consistent. What it hasn't been consistent, well, it's been consistent with the middle part of it, but sort of moves the timing up and down a little bit. Here's 8 o'clock tonight. We're still relatively quiet. There's our northeast wind. Here comes some rain, and now we'll start the freezing rain by about 10 o'clock tonight. Notice at midnight, still dealing with freezing rain. Midnight, 1 o'clock, freezing rain. Notice how far south it goes. Northern Orangeburg County, Manning, Sumter. This is freezing rain, freezing drizzle at times. 2, 3, 4 o'clock, still dealing with it. So now we're piling on here, right? Ever so slowly. By the time I get to 5, 6 o'clock in the morning Saturday, we're still dealing with this. Notice it sort of dries out here a little bit by about 7 o'clock. I'm not sold on that because we still have our northeast wind. We still have the wedge. I still think we could still have some icing going on and some freezing rain further to the south, regardless of what that map says. Once we're in the 10 o'clock, I think the same thing as well. That may be a little overdone with the warmer air. Once we get till about noon or so, you're going to see these arrows start to switch. All right, they're going to come from the south. So this becomes all rain. The freezing rain's done with, and it moves off towards the north. Now we start to get into some decent rain. Look at that southeast wind here. Temperatures rise a little bit. Notice we have this blob of yellow here. That's a little bit of heavier rain or sleet at this point. Notice 11 o'clock Sunday night, big batch of rain moves on in. There's 3, 4, 5, 6 by Monday morning, and then it's done with. And we can say goodbye to this mess. How much ice are we talking about? Well, this is the thinking as of this morning, perhaps maybe up to 1/4 of an inch central Midlands, higher amounts towards Newberry, Fairfield County. That's a little less than we had last night, but still, nonetheless, this will certainly cause some power outages. The possibility certainly of trees down as well and roads hazardous. So my feeling is really anytime after 6 tonight to 6 a.m. Monday, there's the ice totals, right? And again, some hazardous travel and, of course, the power outages certainly are a possibility and trees down as well. Quick look at our 7-day forecast. There's our alert days today, Sunday and Monday, and then cold temperatures Tuesday through Friday. That's your forecast.
All right, my friends, keep those questions coming. We've received so many incredible questions, as many of you are preparing for the big storm. And of course, we got our experts here, meteorologist Tim Miller and meteorologist Lana Foss. All right, my friends, we're going to start with this one. So with the amount of ice that we're seeing in Sumter, do you feel like there will be power outages that come with that or not? Or should it just be fine? We're just going to get some icy rain and then keep it pushing.
Keep it pushing.
Keep it pushing.
At any point, you could have a power outage. Don't forget, ice weighs a lot. Just a quarter inch of ice can weigh up to 500 pounds. And imagine if a bird gets on a power line, you see it shake sometimes. Imagine, ice on a power line. Yeah. So I certainly think there could be some power outages. Not as many in Sumter, though. I think you're going to be on the fringe of that. So again, sir, is it possible? Yes. Is it likely going to happen? I would not say likely, no.
Okay, that's good. Honestly, that's good news for folks in Sumter. But I love that everyone there is definitely wanting to be prepared.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, another question. I'm not sure what the different measurements of ice are as far as accumulation. What does that mean as far as damage?
All right. One more time, what was that again?
Yes, no worries.
Okay.
So they're basically saying, we're still waiting to figure out exactly how much ice we're going to get because, again, all we can do is we can predict what we think that we're going to see. Y'all can predict. But when it comes with ice, what type of damage are we potentially looking at?
Well, damage is, of course, the amount of ice that you have that falls, like on a tree or whatever the case may be. So obviously, the more ice you have, the more weight, the more damage you're going to have on trees, power lines, anything that's outside, right? Anything that is vulnerable to break. If you have a little trampoline outside, with, the things around it, that could also go as well. So it really all depends on how much ice, because how much ice is weight, and how much weight, trees can handle a lot of weight, but you're talking ice weighs a lot.
And if we're seeing trees fall, if we're seeing power lines fall, that can then, create a domino effect. It could fall on your car, it could fall on your house, things like that. So the more ice we get, it's not just the trees and power lines, it can also cause damage to your home, your car, and also block roads. So again, the more ice, the more damage that could happen.
Yes, that's why we are hoping and praying for as little ice as possible.
Absolutely.
All right, another question. What counties do you feel like there will be power outages or trees down due to the amount of ice?
I think those counties that we really want to focus on are Newberry, Fairfield, Chester, York counties, Lawrence, every county's up towards the north. Further north we go, that's where we can have it. Maybe northern Kershaw County, Chesterfield, Lancaster County. Those are the counties that I'm most concerned about. And then, of course, towards the upstate, Greenville, Spartanburg, Cherokee, Pickens, Greenwood. So those are all the counties I'm most concerned about. Here in the Midlands, we're going to have some concerns, definitely can have some issues, but those are the counties most that I think we need to be most concerned about.
Absolutely. So we're going to be definitely looking out and praying for our friends who are in the upstate. All right, my friends, those were incredible questions. And don't worry, we'll continue to be answering all of your questions as well. So for these last few seconds, though, I want to remind everybody about this tool that you can use to stay up to date with continuous coverage that we have. We're going to bring you live updates on WLTX Plus, tracking those road conditions, and of course, keeping an eye on your power outages. You see all that information there. See you at 11.
Is these It is 9:02. Let's get you an update now on your forecast. If you're just joining us and waking up on this Saturday morning, good morning. I'm meteorologist Tim Miller, and want to make sure that you're okay here this morning. How you doing? Hopefully you were not nervous or anxiety-ridden from all this talk of the storm coming. So let's talk about that and get you where you need to be so everything is A-OK this morning. First off, we still have our ice storm warning. All the counties shaded in purple here. Our ice storm warning is in effect for a good chunk of the state. Again, we don't normally have an ice storm warning or really any winter weather type warning, so this is pretty much a big deal for us. What that means is we can maybe see up to 1/4 of an inch of ice by the time everything's said and done with this particular storm, and I think that would be max. I think further towards the north, though, Spartanburg, Greenville, Cherokee, Rock Hill County, up in Rock Hill, York counties near Charlotte, a little bit more ice is possible. Further towards the south, you'll see this is a winter weather advisory, which means we'll have a little bit of ice and the possibility of sleet as well. But don't let a little bit of ice fool you into complacency, because that's still going to be a problem. No such thing as a little bit of ice on the roads. For us, that's a major issue. So again, take that seriously as well. Looking outside, it's 42 degrees currently in Columbia. Orangeburg at 44, Sumter 41. Notice our 39, Camden and Newberry. There's our northeast wind. So the wedge is starting to set up here. At pretty brisk, about 14 miles per hour, so it feels a lot colder than 39 degrees. We were at 44 earlier today. That's about as high as she's going to go. Temperatures are going to start to fall as we go throughout the day, and especially as we have the overrunning moisture that's headed our way. In the meantime, it's cloudy out this morning. There's no worries at all, so if you want to start getting prepared for stuff, now's the time to do it. There'll be no problems, at least until this evening. Let's show you the big picture here. Yesterday, about this time, there was nothing going on. I said, you just wait and see. About 12, 16 hours from now, this thing will explode, and that's exactly what's happening. It's a hot mess here. Anything south of this front is rain. Right north of it, that's where we have some issues. Of course, right along the front, we've got some freezing rain. So it's snow from Little Rock, Memphis to Nashville, south of Louisville. You'll notice that we've got some rain, some freezing rain. North of Atlanta, northern Atlanta suburbs, then towards the mountains, towards Gainesville and up near Chattanooga, trying to make its way towards us, and it's going to take its time getting here for sure. So let's get to our forecast. This starts at noon today. There's our northeast wind with plenty of clouds to contend with. Notice as we go through time, noon, 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock, everything's fine, relatively quiet. It's after that we need to start paying attention here. So here's 8 o'clock, rain starts to move on in. We could have some light rain beforehand, and then by about 10 o'clock, this is when we start to see the sleet, freezing rain. This is more freezing rain than anything else. There's midnight. Notice it continues, midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. We're dealing with, if there's 4 o'clock, we're dealing with an hour by hour here of us receiving freezing rain on top of each other. So this is going to be the issue. Now, I will tell you this. It's going to take a while for this to make roads and streets slippery or hazardous. One, because we've had warmer temperatures, and DOT's done a fantastic job of getting these roads ready. Good night. I think, what, today's Saturday? I saw them out Wednesday doing this, late Wednesday afternoon. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, getting the roads ready. And so it's going to take a while. But nonetheless, my biggest concern also is some of the interior roads, some of our rural area roads where DOT can't get to them or the county has a hard time. Those may be a little bit more treacherous at times. But at 6 o'clock, still, travel is going to be an issue. There's no doubt about that. Now we're into 7 o'clock. We're still dealing with this. You'll notice we have this little dry slot here, but we still have this northeast wind. So whenever we talk about weather models, and this is one we've been showing because I think it really does the story well because it's been consistent. But one thing the weather models typically miss for us is the wedge. You know, like I was telling earlier this morning, if we were like in Missouri or Illinois, they don't have the wedge there. We do because of where we're at, and we have mountains, and there's just a number of reasons. The wedge plays a big factor in our forecast, and models have a hard time grasping the wedge. right? And having its impact. And I think it's doing the same thing again. Not blaming the model, just that it's pretty typical. So that's why it's important that as a meteorologist, we use this as information, but we realize, hey, we have some things that are just indicative for weather for us here at home that we need to take into effect when making a forecast, all right? And that's the wedge. So we're dealing with this northeast wind. I say all this to say by 7 o'clock, it pushes the freezing rain really towards the north. I still think we can have some freezing rain to the south, right? And maybe even some sleet that continues further towards the south past 7. Notice we're at 10 o'clock. It brings a little warmer air in, but we still have the wedge in place. I really don't think we get a little warmer air in here until about after 12 o'clock. So there's 12 o'clock. Notice we start getting rid of that freezing rain. It turns to rain. And then you'll notice these arrows here switch, boom, to the south-southeast. That's a great indication now we've changed the momentum here. The wedge is broken. And sometimes it's really hard to break the wedge, but I think this will do it by about 7 o'clock at night, maybe even a little sooner. And this is rain. Notice we go into the nighttime hours on Sunday. This little swath of yellow here, that is more than likely sleet, maybe some heavy rain. There's our wind from the south-southeast. There's 9, 10, 11 o'clock into the wee hours of Monday morning we go, still with some rain and some sleet. But you'll notice the clearing skies here. And by about 4, 5, 6 o'clock, that moves off towards the east. This has been consistent for the past several days of getting this out of here by about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. That hasn't changed, and that's what I want to see. I want to see consistency with these models, and every model that I've looked at has it out of here by about 6 o'clock. So you take that into effect, but when we talk about ice, I can show you some of these weather models, and the models are all coming into agreement that they're giving us less and less opportunities of ice. Again, I don't think they're taking the wedge into effect here. I know you're tired of me saying that, but it's the truth. I think that's part of the problem. So what we've done is we have lowered our ice totals, taking into consideration where the brunt of the storm is going to go, but also taking into consideration we still have the wedge to contend with. All of that to say, this is where we're at here. Perhaps less than 1/4 of an inch of ice. That is still going to be a problem for us. I don't want us to lose our guard, take down our guard here, because that still means possible power outages, roads that can be slippery after a while, after we get to several hours of this, the possibility of trees being down. And if you have a tree that's full of ice and it's near the house, that could fall, that could hit the roof. So you want to be careful with that. I would suggest if you have an opportunity today, do it safely. Try to remove any limbs or trees away from the roof line of the house, because you have plenty of time. This isn't going to happen until 6 o'clock tonight. So if you're able to get in there and do that safely, don't be some superhero and get on a ladder and think you're out there stretching. Don't hurt yourself doing that. But if you're able to safely get rid of any limbs skipping near the house, let's try to do that. That would just be helpful. And so that's the thinking as of ice. Will we tweak it as we go along? Probably. But will it be tremendously tweaked? Highly doubted at this point. So here's where we stand so far as of this morning at 10 minutes after 9 o'clock on Saturday. 6 p.m. tonight to 6 a.m. Monday. 6 a.m. Monday, meaning it's totally done. Periods of rain, freezing rain, and sleet. There are the totals, perhaps less than 1/4 of an inch. A little more northern Midlands. That would be Newberry, northern Fairfield County. You go to the Chester County, and then all counties to the north, Lawrence, York, and then Greenville, Spartanburg. Certainly have a better chance of that. Hazardous travel, yes, no doubt about that, especially some of those are the back roads. Power outages, will there be power outages? Yes, there will be. Will there be tremendous power outages around the Midlands? Not thinking that's going to be the case, but there will be power outages. And trees down, yeah, probably some trees down and some limbs down as well because of the weight of the ice. All right, so here's our 7-day forecast. There's our alert days for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Notice Tuesday, by the way, whatever falls will more than likely refreeze Monday morning. 31 degrees, it's freezing, so it's still going to be cold enough to freeze. Tuesday, that's 15 degrees. That's bitter cold air that moves on in. That's the low Columbia. I think some of us could see a 12, 10, maybe even a 9-degree temperature reading. So when that happens, guess what we have to worry about? Pipes bursting, right? So make sure you take care of I would wrap pipes as much as possible, because we'll be well below freezing in the teens and in the single digits. That's when we have problems with pipes outside. We really don't have any problems with even upper 20s and 30s really doesn't cause us a problem. It's when you get into the teens and below, That's when we have problems with pipes. 22 Wednesday morning, notice 24 on Thursday, and here we go again. Another shot of colder air coming in on Friday. 18 the high, or low, 42 the high at best. Some of the models want to give us highs in the 30s, so we'll have to figure out how that plays out here just a little bit. And then there's another chance of more precipitation next weekend. A lot of people have been asking me about that. We're not even going to talk about that until we're done with this weekend, all right? So here's some news for you. We are here every half hour, top and bottom of the hour, throughout the entire weekend with the very latest with your forecast. This is the place to be. We're on top of it to keep you and your family safe. We'll see you in a little bit. It is 9:30 on Saturday morning, and welcome back here. Meteorologist Tim Miller, and I want to make sure that you know that we are here every half hour, top and bottom of each hour with a weather update. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, this is the place to be for the latest information on our winter storm. We have our winter storm warning that continues to be in effect for us. This is going to be really until all this is said and done. And that means about 1/4 inch of ice can be expected. That's when we issue a ice storm warning. Ice storm warning in effect. Very rare for us to get one of those. And we have a winter weather advisory. That's maybe not as rare for us, but still, from time to time we have it. And that is for our southern viewing area, right? And what that means is you're going to get less opportunities for ice, but possibly some freezing rain and some sleet that certainly can cause some issues where you're at as well. Let's take a look outside and look at temperatures. It's rather cloudy this morning. 42 degrees. Normally the temperature starts to go up during the day. It's going to start to go down. We were at 44 earlier. We're at 42 now. There's our northeast wind, so we have the wedge in place. That's going to be a major factor in our forecast. 39 Camden, 39 in Newberry. That northeast wind, it makes it feel even chillier outside. What also makes it feel chillier is that it's starting to get damp. So damp air, it just makes it even raw outside. Not quite as raw as it's going to be. Cloudy skies at the moment, but let me show you where the action is. We head down to Houston, Texas. That's where the low is at this point. This is where all the energy is starting to develop. Remember, 24 hours ago, this didn't even exist. I said, just give it time to cook. And that's pretty much what's happening now. You can see it's a mess. From Arkansas, Little Rock to Memphis to Nashville, south of Louisville. This is spreading in now to the mountains of western North Carolina. I say Waynesboro, Asheville's probably getting a little something, but it's reaching the ground. North of Atlanta, northern suburbs, maybe also near Gainesville, starting to get some action, also near Chattanooga. Trying to enter into the upstate of South Carolina at this point. I think right now it's a little dry, so I'm not expecting it, but it is creeping our way for sure. Here's what we can expect. We're going to start at noontime today, and notice it's cloudy, so we'll go sort of hour by hour here. We go through noon, all the way through the afternoon. There's 4 o'clock. Wait till we get to the evening time. Here's 8 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, we start to get some rain showers. And then after that, with the cold air in place, we start to get our freezing rain. That's what the pink is. This is all rain here. I think that's a little overdone, meaning that I think the freezing rain line will be further towards the south because we have that northeast wind with the wedge. So I've been in agreement with this model all along, except for maybe that. I think the freezing rain goes further towards the south. Notice it does catch up with itself by about midnight. It's, makes the freezing rain go further towards the south. This is where I think we could start to easily see ice starting to accumulate. It's going to take a while for it to accumulate on the roads. It really will, because we've been warm and a lot of the roads are treated. The interior roads, in some of the subdivisions, some of the rural area roads, that may be a little bit more dicey and icy. Here's 1 o'clock Sunday morning, still dealing with the freezing rain. It continues to about 3, 4 o'clock. You'll notice as we go through Sunday morning, there's 6 o'clock. We get this dry slot here. That too may be a little underdone. I still think we're going to have some rain and freezing rain even further towards the south of that. Once we get into about 7, 8 o'clock, we're still continuing with the freezing rain, but it turns to rain now through the central Midlands and north. It's freezing rain. Further towards the south, it's just clouds here with that. Again, I think this may be a little underdone as well because of the arrows. The arrows are coming from the northeast, so we still have the northeast wind. That will not be the case once we get past 10 o'clock. There's our timeline. So by noontime, you notice this turns to rain here, and early afternoon through the early evening, the winds start to shift. There's 7 o'clock. Now they're out of the south-southeast. So we have warmer conditions, relatively speaking, right? This is rain. Notice behind me this big yellow blob. This heads our way. That has the possibility of one being heavy rain or sleet. So there certainly will be some sleet. I'm not worried about sleet at all. Sleet are these little ice pellets that bounce. You can walk on sleet. You can scrape sleet. You can't do that with ice. Walking on ice or scraping with ice is next to impossible. So that's the problem. So I'm not worried about sleet. It's the ice that I'm worried about. Here we are until 11 o'clock Sunday night. This turns to rain. Then we get into Monday morning very early. This moves off towards the east. There's 3 o'clock. This takes us to 5, 6. And by 6 o'clock, I think everything starts to move off towards the east and we're done. How much ice are we talking about with this? The models keep trending downwards, and which I'm happy with, but I think that they're not taking into effect the wedge. A lot of the models take the wedge into account when they're computing the forecast, but I think that then they discount it fairly quickly. And that happens to us all the time doing a forecast. That's why it's important for us to, as meteorologists, take the information, digest it, and then apply it to our particular area and certain things that are indicative for us, which are the wedge, right? So with the wedge being in place, I think we'll have a little bit more chances of some freezing rain and ice than the models are giving us. So this is what we're thinking as of this morning at 9:35 on Saturday, maybe a little less than a quarter of an inch, generally speaking, the most through the Midlands, northern Midlands, a little more than that, right? We're talking Newberry, Fairfield County, and then even a little bit higher than that once you get towards the upstate and also towards Charlotte, a little less towards the south. But it only takes a little bit for there to be mayhem on the roadways and any place else. So this ice weighs a lot. Remember, a quarter of an inch of ice can weigh 500 pounds on power lines and trees, and boom, that can take stuff down very easily. So again, even though it's a little less than anticipated, it's still going to be major issues for us. When it comes to driving, there it is. I mean, it's dangerous roads, certainly. Ice, sleet, freezing rain. These are things that we can bet on. And the hazards, of course, are trees down and power lines down. So here we are tonight, basically starting from about 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. Monday. That 6 a.m. Monday meaning it's totally gone. How much ice? Again, about a quarter of an inch, maybe a little less, a little more towards the northern Midlands. Hazardous travel, absolutely. Try to stay home tonight and tomorrow. A lot of people messaging me, Tim, what about church tomorrow morning? It all depends where you're at. I mean, let's wait and see how this pans out. I would say, if at all possible, your safety is the most important thing. I would imagine that everyone at the church would realize that, the man upstairs as well, right? Want you to be on the safe side. So we'll see how that goes. Once we get through tonight and find out how this sort of fleshes out here, we'll have a better idea for tomorrow morning, but it still may be a little dicey. Early services, we may need to postpone those and just wait till later on, maybe after about 11, 12 o'clock, if we can do that. Power outages, yes, there will be some power outages. There's no doubt about that. Will there be widespread, massive power outages? Highly doubt that. But certainly some power outages will be around, no doubt. Trees will be down as well, and that'll affect not only the power lines themselves, could affect your house. If you have tree limbs near the house, if you're able to, trim those up between now and by the time this thing starts, that'd be probably a good idea. Do that, right? And do that now. Just do it safely. Don't do anything crazy. Just to keep it away from the house. That's all you need to do. So in case it falls, boom, it can fall to the ground and not on the house. 7-day forecast. There's our weather impact days, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for this event. Notice Tuesday we're at 15 degrees. Here's our other problem that I talked about last time is that, 15 degrees and maybe even below that in some locations, pipes can burst. Pipes are not a problem in the 30s and upper 20s. But when you're when you're talking anything below 25 degrees, we get to be having some issues. We'll be 10 degrees below that on Tuesday morning. So not only can certain things freeze, but pipes could be a big issue. Notice we don't change these temperatures much over the next few days. I mean, we're still well below where we should be for this time of year. And overnight lows in the 20s. Another shot of cold air comes in on Friday, low of 18, high of 42. Again, that's at best. That's the very latest. Again, we're here all weekend long, every 30 minutes to keep you updated with the very latest with your forecast. Welcome back this morning. It is 10 o'clock. I'm News 19 meteorologist Tim Miller, and here we are together again. If you're just waking up and joining us, I hope you slept tonight or last night and you got some sort of sleep and you weren't full of anxiety over this, because I don't want you to be full of anxiety. I want you to be calm, cool, and collective, because we're going to get through all this. Is it rare to have an ice storm warning? Yeah, I can't remember. Well, what? Last time we had an ice storm? What, 2014, then 2004. And I think it was it 96? Could have been. It's been a long time, right? But this is what we have to deal with. What does this mean? This means that icing conditions are likely of 1/4 inch of ice or higher within the next 24 hours. For us, it's less than that. We're talking now probably less than 12 hours away. Further towards the south, a winter weather advisory. That means the chance certainly of some freezing rain, obviously, a little bit of sleet, not nearly as much, but still that opportunity is there. And I really hate saying not nearly as much, because although that's technically true, even a little bit of ice can cause problems. Ice is unlike sleet. A lot of people ask me, Tim, what's the difference between ice and sleet? And we'll talk more about that in our next round together. In the meantime, let's get to some temperatures, because temperatures are everything with this winter weather for us. I mean, if we were up in Missouri or Illinois, somewhere where it's pretty much cut and dry, for us, when we're dealing with the Gulf of Mexico, which is close by, we're on the Atlantic. We have sea level at Charleston, and then you have up in Pickens at Sassafras Mountain, 3,500 feet. There's a lot of topography that's different in our little state, and all of this has an effect on our weather. And temperature is everything when it comes to weather. And so is this guy. Northeast winds here. Northeast winds for us at this point means the wedge has settled on in. If you walked outside this morning, you're going to notice, even though we're at 43 Columbia, 45 in Orangeburg, it feels colder because it's damp, right? It's not a dry temperature out there. It's very damp, and that just goes right through you. So it's going to feel even colder. Temperatures are going to start to go down. Plenty of clouds. No rain, no winter weather to speak of as of yet. Don't really see that. Maybe Greenwood starting to get a shower, if that's even reaching the ground at this point. But here is the monster storm that's getting together. And I say monster storm because it stretches really all the way to the west to El Paso, all the way this morning to just to the west of Cincinnati. That's a pretty big swath of real estate here. Case in point, I made reference to the Midwest. Take Missouri, for example. This is all snow over the state of Missouri. Pretty cut and dry forecast for them. For us, not so much, because we've got the Gulf, we have the Atlantic, we've got the mountains up here, so all of that plays a factor in our forecast. Let's get to what we're looking at as of right now. This starts 2 hours from now at 12 noon. Notice the arrows, right? That's the indication of a northeast wind, which we refer to the wedge. That's where high pressure sits well to our north. Air around high pressure goes clockwise. So that wind is hitting the Appalachian Mountains and going splat, and takes all that colder air and filters it down towards the south. And it's basically a line from Atlanta, Augusta, Columbia to about Raleigh. That's where we have the wedge that sets up. Oftentimes, we can be in the 40s, and Charleston is, basking there, in the 70s. Sometimes. So the wedge makes a huge difference with temperatures and just about anything else. Notice we go through time there. The time is in the upper right-hand side of your screen. That's going to be important for you to watch. By about 8 o'clock, we start to get some rain, and now some freezing rain mixes in here. Not 100% sold that this is rain. I think that could also be some freezing rain. I just don't think the models are, again, grasping the wedge enough, which is pretty typical. But this is pretty much, I think, makes a lot more sense. Once we get to midnight, notice the freezing rain line, whoosh, goes further towards the south. I think that actually takes place sooner rather than later. Bamberg, Orangeburg, places towards the south, I think you're into rain. At this point, notice northern Orangeburg. You've got northern Orangeburg, you've got some freezing rain, and Orangeburg itself, you have rain. That's all based on temperature. So let me give you an example. Orangeburg, you could be at 35, 36 degrees. Northern Orangeburg, maybe near north, further, you could be at 32. That means everything. Temperature is everything. 4 o'clock in the morning, we're still dealing with freezing rain and ice. That's why we have accumulating ice certainly as a possibility. Here is 6 o'clock Sunday morning, still dealing with that. So that's why I'm saying if you're going off to church or Sunday school, call ahead, find out what y'all want to do. I would suggest, if it's possible, try to delay that. Here's 7 o'clock Sunday morning. Still have some issues, mostly northern Midlands, right? We have this little dry slot here. Again, I think that may be a little overdone. I think that freezing rain line still could be further towards the south. Once we get past 7, 8 o'clock, you'll notice we start to warm up here a little bit above freezing. So we'll be done with the freezing rain, except for the northern Midlands. We're still dealing with that. Watch what happens after 10 o'clock. Whoosh, there it goes. By about noon, we go to rain. The rest of the afternoon, we're into rain, maybe a little bit of sleet. So the freezing rain is pretty much done at this point because we're above 32 degrees. Here is Sunday night. We have some rain, and behind me is some sleet that comes on in. That looks like the Partridge Family, little part. When they all come skirting around during the opening. That's what it looks like, at least to me anyway, or I've been up too long. This has potentially certainly be some heavy rain and some sleet. Sleet's fine. I'm okay with sleet. I don't care how much sleet we get because it bounces, right? It's ice, little ice pellets. One, you can walk on it. You can drive on it. Maybe a little tricky. You can drive on it, and you can shovel it out if necessary. We're not going to get to a point where I think we need to shovel sleet, but the point being is that sleet is a lot easier to deal with than ice. I'd much rather have a sleet than ice. So at this point, it's a mess. From the rain that we've received, the freezing rain, maybe a little bit of sleet, additional rain with us. We're now at 11 o'clock Sunday night, heaviest of which moves off towards the east, towards the PD and the Grand Strand. There's 3 o'clock Monday morning. Leading edge of the rain is exiting here. There's 6 o'clock Monday morning. This is light rain. Notice the arrows now are coming from the west. All right, so we're pretty much done with any freezing precipitation. The models have been trending downward with the freezing rain. In fact, significantly downward. Yeah, I'm not sold on that. Again, these models don't take into effect what we know here locally, right? That's why it's important to realize any meteorologist that post on social media a model and says that's what's going to happen isn't worth their salt, because they need to take into effect where they live. There are so many factors here at home that we have to take into account when making a forecast. One is the wedge. The wedge is the biggest one. And these models sometimes take the wedge into account and then throw it out the window sooner rather than they should. And I think that's the case here with some of these ice totals going down, at least for now anyway. So we have lowered the thinking of what the ice totals will be, but still, we're talking almost 1/4 of an inch to the central Midlands. That's pretty decent, so careful for that. That's a decent amount of ice, which means certainly power outages, certainly trees down, numerous problems. Notice you get to Newberry and Fairfield County, over 1/4 of an inch. And some of our rural areas can certainly see some really difficult times as well with that. Less amounts, obviously Orangeburg down to Clarendon County. That's where I think we could certainly have some issues, but not as bad. Still, though, it is ice, so just remember that. So if we're driving here, and that's whoever's driving that car, looks like there's a tornado in the background. Boy, all they need is flying locusts. They got every weather event in the world in this picture here. We're more concerned about icy roads here. Dangerous to drive on? Yes, especially the side roads, like in neighborhoods and the like with that. Ice, sleet, freezing rain, we're going to get all of that at one point. Freezing rain turns to ice. So there's no difference between freezing rain and ice. Freezing rain becomes ice. Hazards, down trees, and of course some power lines. Will there be tremendous power outages? I doubt that, but will there be some? Absolutely there will be. And that's what we need to take into effect. So here's the latest. 6 p.m. tonight, I think, is when things commence, generally speaking. 6 a.m. Monday morning, that's when things exit. Periods of rain, yes, freezing rain and sleet. There's our totals as of now. That's why I want you to stay with us throughout the entire process here, because we'll probably tweak these as we go along. Hazardous travel will certainly be the case, especially as we get into tonight through all of really Sunday morning. And again, there will be some power outages and trees down as well, and some other things that may be happening. What you need to do today, if you can, if you have trees close to the house, if you're able to get rid of some of those branches that are close to the roof, take some of that opportunity for damage to the roof to take place. Just don't go crazy on me and stand, like put one leg on a ladder and the other leg. Don't do anything crazy. If you can just take off a limb or so to get it away from the house, do that, but do it safely. And that's the most important thing. 7-day forecast tells a very interesting story here. First off, our impact days are Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Tuesday, we're at 15 degrees. 15 degrees. Some places may see a 10. Y'all may see a 9-degree temperature reading. That's bitterly cold for us. So guess what we got to deal with that? Pipes bursting. I'm not saying that's going to happen all over the place, but that potential there with those temperatures. So make sure you wrap your pipes. I would do that. If you can do it today, great. If not, then try to do it certainly Monday before we get that cold. Notice 22 Wednesday, 24 Thursday. We're in the depths of winter here for sure. All right, that's the latest. Again, we are here every 30 minutes, top and bottom of each hour for the very latest with your forecast. Stay with us all weekend long. Little musical interlude for your dining and dancing pleasure. Hi, everybody. I'm News 19 meteorologist Tim Miller. Here we are as we are starting to, a lot of people messaging and saying, hey, you guys, you're on the air. Are you okay? Everything all right? Everything's fine. We're being well fed. Just had Bojangles. I had a Cajun biscuit. Just ate that. I promise you I'll be eating that later today, tonight, and through tomorrow, more than likely. Ice storm warning in effect. If you're just waking up and joining us, it's a pleasure and honor to have you with us and to be in your home and trusting us throughout this entire event that we're going to go through together. This is the channel to be on. I'll be here. Chevy's going to be here. Brianna's going to be here. We're introducing meteorologist Lana Foss. And we have enough data and information and experience here to get you through this, I promise you. So there's no worries there. So if any anxiety you have, let's put that aside because we're gonna help you every step of the way. Let's talk about this. This is our ice warning in effect. If you have your cell phone handy, I would take a picture of this and put a date on it because say click. That's when was the last time we had an ice storm warning? Well, it was January 2025. We don't have these that often. Right, so it's a pretty big deal for us. What does it actually mean, though? It means that we're going to receive about 1/4 of an inch of ice, conceivably, that would certainly cause us problems, and maybe some sleet as well. 1/4 of an inch of ice falling is a major impact for us, and that's exactly what we plan on receiving, at least getting close to it. We're going to talk about that, how this pans out. Further towards the south, you'll notice we don't have an ice storm warning, but rather a winter weather advisory for the possibility certainly of some freezing rain, the possibility of some sleet as well with this. And I say not as much, but I don't want that to fool you. The slightest bit of ice can certainly cause us some issues, no matter what it is. On the roads, trees, whatever the case may be, it certainly is problematic. Clouds, though, right now, there's no problems at all outside. We are cloudy and temperatures are sort of holding here, generally speaking, into the 40s. For now, but they will continue to drop because we have a northeast wind blowing. Northeast wind, high pressure to our north is giving us that northeast wind that we often refer to as the wedge. It is a wedge of cold air, like a wedge you'd hold open the door, or a wedge of cheese, if you will. It's wedge in nature because it's from Atlanta, Augusta, Columbia to Raleigh. It sort of wedges itself in this position. Doesn't go further, it may go down to Orangeburg occasionally, but more often than not, it only hangs around us. It really likes us. And that's going to be the key to our forecast with this wedge in place and this overriding moisture over that cold air. That's going to be the biggest issue. So this storm is really getting its act together now. It's snowing from Memphis to Nashville, St. Louis, just to the west of Cincinnati. And then, of course, Texas being inundated with everything from rain, sleet, snow, the whole 9 yards, even some thunderstorms in parts of Houston as it's much warmer in the Houston area compared to Dallas, where it is either at freezing or certainly close to it. All this is what's headed our way. Let's get right to this little graphic here. Let me get on this side and show you. So when we talk about wintry weather, we talk about basically three types of weather for winter weather. First off, let's talk about normal rainfall. What is that? Everything in the atmosphere starts out as an ice crystal. Right, because the higher you go in the atmosphere, the colder it is. So it starts out as an ice crystal. I don't care what time of year it is. But when it hits warmer air in the atmosphere, it melts. Makes sense? Reaches the ground, it turns to rain. So from the surface to aloft, the air is warm enough to where that ice crystal falls, it turns to rain. That we can handle. When it's freezing rain, that's a different story. The atmosphere sometimes can have different temperatures at different levels. Normally, the thinking is right. The higher you go in the atmosphere, the colder things are, which is pretty typical, right? That's the way it normally works. However, you can get areas of warmer air at different levels of the atmosphere, like at 10,000 feet. You can have a temperature reading of 40 degrees. Then you go up to 18,000 feet, and it's 8 degrees. That's a big difference, right? So colder air, again, falls as an ice crystal. It reaches a layer of warmer air, and what does it do? It falls as rain. But at the surface, it's cold, it's freezing, it's 32 degrees where we're at. So it's sort of like, you got to realize the weather, when we talk about weather, really isn't at the surface. That's already a done deal. The weather really takes place above us. It's sort of like if we were at a restaurant and pretend we're sitting at the table. We're at the surface. We're sitting at the table waiting to be served. our meal. Well, the meal is prepared in the kitchen at a restaurant, right? This is the kitchen above us. Mother Nature preparing her meal for us. Sometimes we like what she serves, sometimes we don't, but she's Mother Nature. She can do what she wants. So the reality is we have to take what we can get here at the surface. So the weather is all about what's happening in the upper atmosphere. So when we talk about weather, we talk about weather models. We're not really talking about the surface. Surface is important, right? But it's not nearly what the story is. The story is what's above us. That's where the weather is. So what happens with freezing rain, it falls as rain, and then because we're at 32 degrees or below that, at the surface, it automatically freezes everything it touches. So you can go out and take your hand, for example, and get it wet and go, it's not freezing rain. Well, your hand is warm, right? So it's not going to freeze. But what does it freeze? It freezes on handrails. It freezes on the grill outside, freezes on your car, it freezes on trees, right? Because those things are colder. And the more freezing rain you have, freezing rain begets freezing rain. So in other words, it piles on top of each other. And that's where you get the weight of ice that could break trees, power lines, and anything else. Sleet is a little different story. Again, it starts out as what? Cold, right? It starts out as an ice crystal. Everything starts out as an ice crystal. Hits a warm layer of air in the atmosphere, and it melts, turns to ice, or turns to rain. Then as it falls, it reaches a colder layer of air. It refreezes, turns to an ice pellet, and falls as sleet. So sleet, you'll see sleet bounce from time to time, when it falls from the sky. That's fine. We can handle sleet. Because sleet, you can walk on sleet at least. It's still ice, but you can walk on it. You can't walk in freezing rain because it freezes and everything becomes like an ice skating rink. And you can also shovel sleet if necessary. So we can deal with the sleet. It's the freezing rain. Now, the thing that everybody loves about wintertime is this particular one. This is where, from the surface to aloft, the entire what we call column of air is ripe for snow. From top to bottom, it's 32 degrees or below, and there you have it. Boom, you have snow. That's what we'd love to see, but very seldom do we see that. What we typically see is this, right? And one of the reasons we see that is location, 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 where we're at, near to the Gulf, to the Atlantic, near the Appalachian Mountains. We're just in a position where we've got to deal with all these temperature differences that make forecasting not impossible, but a little bit tricky when you're dealing with these winter weather situations. If this was a regular storm with, a cold front attached to it, and we could talk about, thunderstorms and all that type of stuff, we got that. We have this as well. It's just a little bit more tricky. So hopefully that made sense in ironing out, how this precipitation works. So temperature is everything. So let's talk about this. We're going to start at noon today. We're talking about not long from now. Notice we have our northeast wind blowing here. So that means the wedge is in place doing its thing. Here is 4 o'clock this afternoon, still relatively dry. Once we get past 4 o'clock, that's when we start to get some rain, some freezing rain, and some sleet off towards the north. And then by 10 o'clock tonight, we'll start to have this come in. I will say that the timing on this may change a smidge. It may be in a little bit sooner than anticipated, so let's see how this goes. But I still think much of the afternoon we're fine. Notice 10 o'clock, this has us with some rain. I think that's a little too warm for us. I still think I think the freezing rain will be a little bit more towards the south. Once we get towards midnight, notice what happens. It goes further towards the south. That makes more sense. I think it actually happens before that. We're splitting hairs here, but just to give you an idea, take Orangeburg, for example. Orangeburg, you're in the rain. You're probably, I'm just going to take a guess here, 35, 36 degrees. Further north, northern Orangeburg County, you could be at 32 degrees. So that temperature difference, which isn't much, but that's all it takes for there to be a difference between sleet, freezing rain, and rain. In this particular case, freezing rain and rain. So here's midnight. Notice the rain, freezing rain's been falling for hours. Now here's 1 o'clock in the morning. Here we are into 4 o'clock. We've still had all this freezing rain, so it, again, piles on top of each other. Notice as we get into the 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock on Saturday morning, we have this little dry slot that moves on in here. That's possible, but I think that stays more towards the south. I still think we're dealing with freezing rain through the central Midlands at 7 o'clock, even though it takes it away. The reason I think that is because of the wedge. I think the wedge is still a factor here in the forecast. The model has already kicked the wedge to the side of the road here, maybe a little bit too soon. Once we get into mid-morning on Sunday, you'll see 10 o'clock, rain, freezing rain moves up towards the north. We sort of dry out towards the south. I think that's certainly doable. Once we get past 10 o'clock, the freezing rain really exits. This turns to rain by about noon, and then as we get into Sunday afternoon, evening, this is rain maybe mixed with a little bit of sleet. You'll see this little blob of yellow come on in here. That's a cross between heavy rain, maybe a little bit of sleet. This is 9 o'clock on Sunday night. Notice as we go through time here, here's 11 o'clock. The rain continues to move off towards the east. This is now 3 a.m. in the morning, Monday. Heaviest of rain towards Manning, moves towards Darlington, Conway, towards the PD and the Grand Strand, even further towards the south. Notice the arrows have a westerly wind at this point, and there's 6 o'clock Monday. We're done. We can put a fork in it. All this has moved off towards the east, and we're pretty much done. How much ice here with this? The models continue to downplay the ice, meaning continuing to lessen, which is great, and every model that I've seen does that. But again, I know you're tired of me saying this. I think they're not counting they're counting the wedge out too soon. And that's the beauty of living where we've lived for as long as we have. We know these things happen, and these models are notorious for getting rid of the wedge too soon. I hope it's right? I mean, who am I to, I'm not saying I want the wedge to stick around. Believe me, I want it to be out of here as well. I just think it's going to be around longer. Therefore, I think although we've lowered the ice totals a little bit, I think this is a little bit more than some of the models are showing. Let's stick with this for now until we can flesh this out a little bit and see if the wedge erodes fast like the models say they're going to do. It typically doesn't. So I'm going on what history teaches us, right? So roughly about 1/4 of an inch of ice. We're splitting hairs here. I mean, some of the models give us 0.25. I'm doing, or 0.18. I'm doing 0.20. Again, every little bit is a big difference. Even if you're talking hundredths of an inch of ice, it's still a problem on the roadways and on things outside, tree limbs, power lines. It's still a big issue. Newberry and Fairfield County, that's where I think you'll get the most ice. And our friends towards the upstate, I think you're going to get a lot more ice as well. A lot more ice, perhaps meaning maybe a half inch. The models that gave 1.5, 2 inches of ice towards the upstate, don't think that's going to happen. That's just not in the cards, but certainly a half inch easy for sure. Could be some spotty places close to an inch, but that would be pushing it. For us, generally speaking right now, 6 p.m. tonight to 6 a.m. Monday. 6 a.m. Monday, meaning it is out the door, taking all of its luggage with it. Periods of rain, check, we'll have that. Freezing rain, sleet. Ice totals, again, minuscule towards the south, but still an issue. Near 1/4 of an inch, generally speaking, through the central Midlands, northern Midlands. By the way, this would be southern Midlands. This would be central Midlands. Northern Midlands would be more, a little bit more than 1/4 of an inch. Will there be hazardous travel? Yes. Will there be power outages? Yes. Will there be widespread power outages all over the state? Probably not, but enough for there certainly to be some issues, and I want to make sure you're taken care of. If your power doesn't go out, yay, but if it does, I want you to be prepared for that. Some trees will be down, limbs will be down. One of the things that I noticed, and I may be talking too much here, you're probably tired of me talking, but when Helene moved through, it took a lot of trees down with it. I mean, that was horrible. And I know that Dominion Energy and a lot of folks were just saying, okay, enough of this. Let's get rid of these trees that are in perilous positions, that are hanging like that. One big wind, they could be down. So I know that Dominion was working on that. In fact, Dominion came out to my house over the summer and just hacked away at some of these trees. But that's okay. I mean, look, so Helene, certainly knocked some trees down, and then some folks really took it away from power lines. So that may be helpful. I know it's a crazy thing to say, but I mean, that may be helpful with some of these trees not falling on power lines. But now I'm concerned about a tree near your house. So you have a tree near your house where some of the limbs may be touching, the roof. It may not be a big deal in the summertime when the rain comes, but freezing rain, that could really affect the roof. It could affect the house, especially if the tree limb falls. So if you're able to cut that, you want anything away from the roof. But don't go outside and climb on a ladder and be, precariously positioned to cut something. Just use, which I know you will, you use your common sense. Just be safe on doing it to make sure that you're safe and the house is safe as well. All right, let's look at our 7-day forecast. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, these are our impact alert days for our freezing rain and our sleet. But I call your attention to Tuesday. Tuesday, you're saying, well, what's the big deal with that, Tim? It's sunshine. Well, that's the big deal. 15 degrees. 15 degrees. That's in Columbia. I do think some places could see a 10. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a 9. Well, now we're talking 15, 10, 9 degrees. Now we're talking the possibility of pipes bursting, because that's, for us, that's really cold. I don't worry about pipes bursting when we're in the 30s or upper 20s. That could it happen? Possibly, but that's not widespread. No, but widespread, yes. When you're talking 15 degrees or lower for a long period of time, now we've got to worry about that. So put that on the top of your mind. Put that in your tickler file and take that out. Monday. Say, hey, I got to wrap these pipes, and make sure you open up the kitchen doors, bathroom doors, let the warm air of the house get in there and get those pipes going. 22 on Wednesday. Notice Friday, 18 degrees again. Another shot of Arctic air coming on in. This is a cold. This is why these, people saying, well, it's going to be an average, above average winter. Really? We've not had that quite yet. That's why you always have to take these things with a grain of salt. Also, a lot of people messaging us and saying, hey, Tim, what about this next storm coming next weekend? Shh. We don't want to talk about that right now, because number one, it hasn't even developed. Let's get through this, right? We need to get through this first, and then we'll worry about next weekend. I'm not even worried about it. We'll talk about it as we get closer to it for sure, but I really want us to focus on this weekend, what's going on now, and the cold air that's going to be with us much of next week. All right? That's the very latest. Every 30 minutes, we are here for updates, and we'll have a full, complete update with your headlines and news coming up at 11 o'clock this morning. We are tracking the biggest winter storm we've seen in quite some time, an ice storm warning and other watches and warnings all over the state. A full look at your forecast and what to expect and how to prepare coming up this morning.